have my attention.
Well, hello. All right, what now?
Whatever happens next, be sure that I will document it all as accurately as possible.
sorore surge, testis esto pacti me. Come, sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in beator.
Notum sit in beator.
Holy hells.
You've heard of such devils. Sisters of justice. Adjudicators of diabolical contracts and bargains.
Holy hells.
You do not call upon the sisters. They come when the hells demand witness.
Your parasite links with Will's, and your memories flow into him. He sees his father's flight from Worm's Rock, and hears Mizora's words to you.
Shit. Where did Gortash send my father? How do I save him?
Sisters.
Infernos contractus te vocamus. Inferno.
Your contract, Will. Signed in blood, forged in fire, bound in bone, but not unbreakable. Yet no contract is ended without sacrifice, Will. The cost must be paid. Will Ravengard, a choice is before you. Option 1. I raise your father from the dead, and you pledge your soul to me and the Archdevil Zariel in a pact eternal. Option 2. I break your pact, and you are freed from your duty. Your father remains dead, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion. Name your sacrifice.
Bloody Zariel! I won't let her take Will!
Silence, Karlak.
Mizora! You asshole!
Choose. Addendum F. The Absolute must be avenged for the Soulbinder's detention at Moonrise. The Soulbearer retains his gifts until such time as the Absolute is slain.
You damned wretch. Mizora! You...
Choose. Addendum F.
You damned wretch. Do it then. Claim my soul for Zariel. Bring my father back.
Fiat Ita.
Fiat Ita.
Your mind connects to the Grand Duke's. He's still infected, but his parasite is weak, shielded from the Absolute by the astral prism.
What? What's happened? Will? Is that you?
It's me, Father. It's all right. You're safe here.
A promise made, a promise kept. I'll let you two catch up. I'm sure you've got plenty to talk about. You know, I think I'll stick around. Watch this play out. I could use the entertainment. Such a touching reunion. It's enough to bring a tear to my eye. Cunning, am I? You see me as a schemer, an exploiter. You've pegged me wrong, little bug. I am a benefactress, and I have an eye for a good cause. Will needed help, so I indulged him. I've always been the giving type, after all. Ugh, you are an inquisitive one. I'd have thought you'd figured by now. Zariel found a new use for an old battle axe. The dead three in that bulging brain of theirs are a threat to more than this trifling city, you know. Savor her company. Who's to say when Zariel might change her mind? My mistress can be so capricious. Correct. I didn't. If you must know, I was scouting the cultists on behalf of Zariel. But those cursed shadows were thick enough to fell even a half-fiend. I woke in that damned pod. It kept my body sealed and my most powerful magic silenced. But a brave, kind, benevolent soul set me free. Gallantry isn't dead after all. Focus on the elder brain. I'd hate to clog that infected head of yours with needless details. Will's a gifted hunter, and Zariel's made her share of enemies in and out of the Hells. Devils, demons, deserters. They're a great burden on the Lord of the First. Clause G, Section 9. Targets shall be limited to the infernal, the demonic, the heartless, and the soulless. The clause still holds. As long as Will doesn't tug on my leash, he'll be stalking only the wickedest prey. It's a win-win. You have the best ideas. The 9 hells of Beator. Each its own domain, each with its own archdevil to rule it. I call the first hell my home, Avernus, my mistress Zariel's realm, a torrid battleground split by the bloody waters of the Styx. adore it. The delicious agony of it all. The other 8, well, they are pleasures unto themselves. Perhaps I'll show you myself, if I deem you worthy. Why? I'm supplying Will with every scrap of his infernal power. I've paid my dues many times over. I tell you what, when the time comes to squish that big baddie of a brain, I'll lend you a hand. Like I said, I'm the giving type. I'm afraid that's not an option. I'm quite stubborn, you see. Take a swing or a stab if you want, but I'll just slip away for a breather. One of the perks of being a half-devil, of course. Besides, if you did manage a killing blow, I wouldn't be the only victim. Young Will would be sucked into Avernus and take up arms in the Blood War. And I'm not done with him yet. Our future together looks real bright.
Breathe deep and move.
Please, we need to see to my father.
Tadpole resonates with Raven Guards. The exhausted Grand Duke is a flurry of emotion. Gratitude and relief. Anger and deep pain.
Will. It can't be. By Baldur's graces, have you fallen so far that Avernus has taken you? My son, a monster. Twisted beyond recognition. To think my blood flows through those veins. Is this my fate? To rise from death into a hell of my own boy's making?
It isn't what you think. It never was.
You turned your back on me, on your city, to chase the she-devil and her power. She stinks up the place even now. It is exactly what I think. You want my gratitude? Fine. Take your fill. But I will not celebrate this infernal resurrection.
Father, please. There's something I must show you.
Raven Guard's tadpole clenches as your memories and wills flow into him.
My tears wounds. I'm in your mind.
The Grand Duke sees Mizora and her infernal sisters. He sees the agony in Will's face as an impossible choice is set before him.
No. My son.
The past becomes present, and Will's thoughts are laid bare. Raven Guard sees Will partnering with Mizora to defeat Tiamat's cultists before they could lay siege to Baldur's Gate, and he sees everything beyond. The Nautiloid journey, the perilous path to Moonrise, the astral prism, and the Emperor within.
Will.
Everything I did for Baldur's Gate. I did for you.
I do. And I should. My son. You sold your soul to save Baldur's Gate, and I cast you out for it. You gave yourself to the Hell's eternal fires so I might walk free. By the gods. Can you ever forgive me?
There's nothing to forgive. You wanted to protect the city. I only ever wanted the same.
You are a better man than most. and a better son than I deserve. I'll yet make amends, but my duty is first and foremost to the city and its people. There's something I must ask of you. Before I was captured, I was on a mission. Returning from Elturel, I discovered the plans of the Absolutists. I immediately realized the city couldn't defend itself against such an army. I didn't despair, because the city has a secret guardian, a worm that sleeps beneath. He can be called upon in times of great need. This is such a time. You've been trained in the ways of the great champions and proven to be one of them. The worm will answer your call. You must seek him out. This is no ordinary dragon. The worm goes by many names. Ansur, the waiting storm, the heart of the gate. He promised Baldur he'd protect the city if ever its existence was threatened, but just the once. Since then, the city has faced countless threats, but we always overcame. There was never a need to call on the worm. Until now, the Absolute is the greatest threat Baldur's Gate ever faced. The worm must be awakened, and the task falls to you. Take this. The legend of Ansur. An ancient epic. Ill-remembered. Dismissed as a mere tale. Let it set the path before you. A great warrior knows when to contain the storm and when to release it. Today you've earned my trust. I know you will do right by me when the time comes. May the city know the truth of my only son. Pride of Ravengard. Pride of Baldur's Gate. The Absolute's voice is gone, but I still hear its echoes. Reflections of reflections. Hell's Floric. While the Absolute commanded my mind, I condemned her to death and confined her in Worm's Rock prison. She stood by me even as the Hell's fires lapped at my feet. You must free her. Tremendous news. She proves as loyal to you as she is to me. I couldn't bear it if she died by my command. May the Triad guide her steps. I was returning from Elturel. My traveling party stopped at an inn, Joaquin's Rest, to lay our heads. It wasn't the heat that woke me. It was the scent. Cultists had set fire to the place. I don't remember being taken. Just the smoke burning my throat before I fell. I awoke in Moonrise Towers, inside one of those damnable pods. The rest, well, the rest goes without saying. A complicated one. I went to greet Elturel's High Overseer, only for the Archdevil Zariel to drag the city into the Hells. I've been touched by Avernus, been a plaything for demons. A tale for other places, other days. The Absolute's voice is gone, but
We'll finish what my father couldn't. I disappointed him once. I won't do it again. Daddy just gave us the key to a living weapon that could melt that brain into goo. Go on, read the legend of Ansur. Unless you're too busy dreaming up new insults. In which case, let me save you some time. Soldier's pet, Papa's prince, and Duke's little rich boy. The babe of frontiers. That should cover it. It's complicated. There's the joy of reconciliation, the relief of forgiveness, and the anxiety of new expectation. It's a flurry of emotion. I'm not sure how to make sense of it. Relief. My last 7 years have been defined by the secrets I carried. I feel light as a feather now that I've shed them. When I left the city, my father saw only a boy carrying the stench of the hells. Now, he sees the man I'm made of myself. Once all this is ended, once we've crushed the brain and freed the people, I could once more call Baldur's Gate home. Whether I return there, well, only time will tell.
Will sacrificed a great deal for his family. The pact may stand, but the strength of his character is clear.
Will's father won't be around forever, but the pact, that's a different matter. I hope he won't live to regret being sentimental.
Come for a chat?
손지윤님 안녕하세요.
Chuk. The devil Mizora has made herself quite at home, hasn't she? Do make her feel as unwelcome as you can.
I can't believe Will's given up his soul to Zariel. For a father he fell out with ages ago. There's such a thing as being too good. Someone ought to tell Will Ravengard.
윌이 아빠 살리느라고 저 영혼 바쳤을 때는 다들 좋아하더니 또 말이 다르네요. 막상 그렇게 되니까 또 다른 얘기하고 있어.
Time and again, Will's plight reinforces my decision not to pursue the path of a warlock. Will's father owes him gratitude. I hope for his sake Ravengard is gracious enough to offer it, given how much it cost.
You probably expect me to turn into a sea of mist, run wrong side up on roofs, and to call on legions of wolves in battle. This will all happen in due time. But for now, patience is required. I hear the whispers of the night, but I can't yet speak its language. It's going to take a while to become acquainted with my new self. Everything lies ahead. I can see my path to a waking dream. From the Crimson Palace, I will govern day and night. Create a city of spawn who bow before me. Cast a fog over the world for my children. But first, we must manage the trifling matter of the brain. Perhaps it will listen to us. Perhaps it too will serve. We shall see. Baldur's Gate is a city of opportunity like no other. And I don't intend to let one like this pass us by.
던슬레이어님 안녕하세요.
This will all happen. It's going to take... Have I? It's possible. I think my instincts have become so quick that the world around me can't catch up. Everything is moving at a grinding pace. I feel like I will live thousands of hours every day. Everything lies ahead. I can see my path to a waking dream. From the Crimson Palace I will... But first... Of course. So do I. Luxury. Sin. All the Baldurian comforts I'm finally free to enjoy. This will all happen. It's going to take a while to become... Death was better for them. Death is better for many. I will stand by it. Everything lies from the But first, we must manage the trap. I'm so lucky I crash-landed next to such an intelligent creature as you. We make a fine team, don't we?
휴식을 너무 안 해가지고 다크서클 생겼나봐요. 피곤해서. 카자도르도 약간 그랬던 것 같은데.
This will all happen. It's going to take a... Mephistopheles has made a new monster, not bound a creature to his will. The rite was honored. The sacrifice is over. Everything lies from the... But first, we must manage the trifling... Precisely. I'm not ashamed, dear. I won. We won. This will all happen. It's going to take a while to become... But first, we must manage the... Vengeance has been reaped upon Cazador. But not the world that made him. Not the world that makes people like him. Shut up! You don't know what it was like. You never will. Baldur's Gate is a... Vengeance has been reaped upon Cap. Baldur's Gate is a city of opportunity. Vengeance has been reaped upon Cap. Baldur's Gate is...
These boots have seen everything.
아, 침대 위에 신발 신고 올라가는 거.
How did you? Oh, it's you.
아, 내가 맘대로 들어가는 것도 되는구나.
I must have let my mind wander. Enough for you to wander in. Forgive me. I am drained. Ever since you killed Ketheric and took his netherstone, the Chosen's control of the brain has been brittle.
이게 소리 괜찮나요?
It's
볼륨?
rebelling against Orin and Gortash.
그러니까요. 저기
I
와인 같다고.
suspected that when we took Ketheric's stone, the brain would begin to break free.
누나도 술을 못 참나 봐.
Those brain quakes confirm that my suspicion was correct. I do not know what happens now when it receives their orders, and I do not dare guess.
You feel the Emperor's fear as if it were your own. An elder brain enslaved is one thing. An elder brain unleashed will be the end of everything.
Beautiful, isn't it? The mighty Prince Orpheus, contained in submissive slumber. Come. You may as well sit a while, now that you are here. Your company isn't unwelcome. I apologize. I didn't mean to burden you with my woes. You have enough to worry about.
As your eyes blink shut, you fall into the deepest slumber of your life. A quietness so vast it feels almost like death. The dog is unable to speak through the small bag.
I don't know. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
동물 대화 무력 쓰고 하나 얻네.
Queen Vlaakith. Skvar!
You are a Sherlock, and still you speak my name.
I've seen the captive Orpheus with my own eyes. Spoken to Gestil Kithrak Voss. You lied to us. Enslaved us.
초코바.
The betrayer Voss lies!
야, 진짜 못생겼어. 근데 목소리랑 말투도 그지 같아요.
A Sherlock will listen. We are Githyanki. We move mountains. We snuff out stars. We shake the plains. The traitor Voss has lied to you. The heretic prince would shatter us in an instant. The great dominion shrunk to the head of a pin.
Can this be true? Is the Githyanki prince really a threat to his own people? Or simply a challenge to Vlaakith's rule?
Return to the astral prison. Slay Orpheus the Pretender. Serve me, and I will ascend you.
말 그대로 승천
You will be no
루트네요.
mere warrior, nor Kithrak. You will be Barta Vlaakith, commander of dragons. My only, my chosen. A final chance. Kneel before me. Make your promise.
아스타리온 여전히
Those
공손하네요.
thoughts become yours. The sight of Orpheus looms over her mind. Voss's words echo within it. She means to forever turn her back on Vlaakith.
But to Vlaakith. No Githyanki's held the honor. My faith almost lost to the dark winds. How incredible for them to carry it back.
아스타리온 혼자서
Vlaakith. Your grace is my honor. Orpheus will die by my hand, and I will take my rightful place at your side.
레이첼도 좋아요.
One drop in the astral sea.
귀얇은 키스형
Do
진짜.
not fail me, for you would not survive the flood to follow.
A beautiful night. Not even a hint of moon to sully Lady Shah's dark sky. Allow me to be frank. We can't presume we'll get to share another night like this. There's a battle coming. Not everyone is going to make it. I'm glad you feel the same. We should do everything we can to tilt the odds in our favor. That's what I wanted to talk to you about. We should make an offering to Lady Shah, to seek her blessing and protection against what lies ahead. A nightfall ritual. Lady Shah's followers honor her with an act of wickedness, carried out in her name. Then they feast, knowing they carry the Night Singer's blessing anew. Help me do this. You will not regret it. You're lost then. If you're struck down in the battles to come, remember that you refused Lady Shah's shield. And my company. But no matter, there's willing flesh elsewhere. Sleep well, if you can.
어제는 저거 안 나왔는데 저런 말? 사루트에서도 로맨스 씬이 따로 없나 했는데 오늘은 왜 또 나오네? 어제는 저거 기유식 연습을 해도 안 나오더니.
Allow me to be frank. We can't presume we'll get to share another night like this. There's a battle coming. Not everyone is going to make it.
아, 바알 쳐진데 갖고 안 나왔던 거.
Not fatalistic, pragmatic. We should do
그래서
everything we
샤르트로면은
can to
로맨스
tilt the odds in our favor.
로맨스 씬 따로 없는 건가 싶었는데.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. We should make an offering to Lady Shah, to seek her blessing and protection against what lies ahead. We can leave the kneeling and praying to the rest. The Night Singer prefers a more active form of devotion. An act of wickedness, carried out in her name, followed by a feast. Help me do this. You will not regret it. Wait until the others are asleep, then come with me. It might just save your life.
왜 저렇게 하고 저를 제물로 바치는 건 아니겠죠? 상실의 여신이라서 나 죽일 것 같은데. 나 죽일 수도 있을 것 같은데.
Allow me to be frank. Faith is one thing I have in plentiful supply. In fact, it's what I wanted to talk to you about. We should make an offering to Lady Shah, to seek her blessing and protection against what lies ahead. Do I truly need to explain? You made me who I am. Now I'd like to show you the fruits of your labor. Lady Shah demands my heart, and I give it to her freely. But there's more to me than a heart, and I'd like to indulge you. Just this once. Lady Shah's followers honor her with an... Help me do this. Wait until the others are...
Never wanted the easy path.
It was sickening watching Lae'zel bow to that monstrosity. I thought she was stronger. Some just grow to love their chains, I suppose.
Who knew Vlaakith and Mystra would have so much in common? Both set on flinging their followers towards destruction without so much as deigning to justify it. Lae'zel's devotion is impressive, but if she's not careful, it will be fatal. Gods consider mortals like us a cheap token to trade in for their desired outcomes. At least in my experience.
Our girl is nothing if not loyal. I just hope it doesn't come back to bite her in the arse. Being loyal to the wrong person can do that sometimes.
You turned my eyes to the truth. My faith is acknowledged. My destiny set in slate. Vlaakith's mercy is as rare as the disciple who earns it. My queen, my eternal regent. Through your eternal wisdom, I will be legend. Let us bathe in our pride, then. But for just a moment, pride turns to vanity if left too long to fester. Oh, Queen, you've heard my cries. Now, I heed your sacred mission. I will take the Orphic hammer from Raphael's lair. The prince will be freed so I might cleave him from brain to belly. Chamar Salar Vlakith! Vlakith's left hand and her right. Commander of all dragons, chosen of the Queen Regent. Not since Vlakith I has a Bart of Vlakith been anointed. Once Orpheus is slain, I will take my place in Castle Susurrus as Bart of Vlakith II. Every Githyanki and every red dragon shall know me by
말 그대로
the name.
선선하지.
What about him? I know my mission. Nothing will turn me from it.
아, 해방시켜서 죽이려고 해요, 화면님. 라파엘 망치 가져오는 거고 뭐라고 하진 않고.
I hand the empire to the illithid thrall called Orpheus. Protocol 301.
왜 미조라 흉내네?
Neither death nor undeath may be a hindrance to Vlakith's blessing. Vlakith will know my unfaltering faith. Neither death nor the Absolute will keep me from accomplishing my duty. Fine.
So, Lae'zel remains loyal to her queen. She's consistent, I'll give her that.
Vlakith's words have set Lae'zel's mind, it seems. I would not wish to be the one that the Lich Queen unleashes her upon.
Loyalty is one thing. Willful ignorance is another. I'd like to say I respect Lae'zel's choice, but her faith has turned to fanaticism.
잠깐만요.
This is the spot. Looks like someone's left poor Luna untended. Something of a much rarer vintage. After I offered up the night song to Lady Shah, her blood was on the spear, on my hands, on my clothing. I wrung out every drop I could. Saved it for a special occasion. Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother. You did well. I hope you're not trying to surpass me in Lady Shah's graces.
당연히 그럴 생각에서 내가 한숨이.
Oh yes.
그래, 그럼 악행을 보여줘봐. 어디? 연애할 시간이 없다고 말했던 걸로 기억하는데 우리 사이에 이건 무슨 의미야? 사르트도 로맨스가 있긴 하구나.
Stop being so gentle.
저거 바뀌네. 위아래가 바뀌네요. 얘가 올라가네. 여기서는.
First the act of wickedness, then the feast. But I think this will count as both at once.
별거 없네. 저기보다 수위 약한데?
This is the spot. Looks like physically. No, that part is already done. This will wound the spirit. Most deeply, I should hope. After I offered up the night song let's see. You did well. I hope you're not trying to surpass me in a little. I like it. Stop being so gentle.
얘는 진짜 순한 맛이구나. 오늘은 이렇더라 사람들이 잘 안 올 거라고 생각했는지 좀 짧네요 많이. 저거 누드 옵션 켜거나 끄거나 별 차이가 없어.
This is the spot. Looks like someone's left poor Luna untended. Fine suggestions all. Perhaps another time. After I offered up the night song to Lady Shah. Her blood was on the spear, on my hands, on my clothing. I wrung out every drop I could. Saved it for a special occasion. Let's see what comfort we can offer a grieving mother. You did well. I hope you're not trying to surpass me in Lady Shah's graces. Yes. But I'm afraid I forgot to bring any food. Stop being so gentle.
얘는 진짜 옵션 켜나 안 켜나 똑같네요 이게. 안 나와요 밑에.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Light on my feet.
Did you want something? If not, of course. I suppose.
Is some...
Hot as brimstone, jagged as lightning, and seething like the river Styx. But there's something missing, isn't there? You're hungry for pleasures beyond this plane. Something more satisfying than
못생긴 년아 꺼져.
flesh, blood, and bone.
일이라네.
Oh, but do hear me out. You want what I have to offer. The ecstasy of agony. The pain of the damned distilled into pure bliss. Beyond every climax you've known. The little death writ large. Smile, and I'll come to you when you put your head down to rest.
일이랑 하라고.
I will sate your most forbidden lusts. Or don't, and know the eternal ache of the unknown and the unanswered. The same thrills I offer you. Some experience
야, 못생겨서
is better
싫어.
when shared.
웃는다는 뭐야?
Tonight then.
아 싫어 너랑 안 할 거야. 아 그냥 진짜 웃는 거야? 쟤랑 야스 떠도 그 인간형으로 안 변해요? 아니야 저거 웃고 저기 그 하려는 하기 직전에 저거 면박 주는 선택지도 있을 거야.
The same thrills I offer you. Then we'll keep it our little secret. Hand to
야영제
beating
좁다.
heart. Dear me, I've overestimated you. Trust me, I shan't be making that mistake again.
야영제는 좁아서 특히 이 야영제는 더 좁아갖고 안 돼.
Come for a chat?
가을초제 루트 때는 아무도 저런 제안 안 하더니.
Good. I was.
Let's talk. Oakfather preserve you.
바알처진 루트 때는 할신이 나를 덮치려고 하더니 할신만 저를 덮치려고 하더라고.
No, this and all I would. Listen to me. Preaching like an initiate in his. Some can thrive here, yes, but it was never meant for everyone. There should be a choice. Nature should be afforded its chance to offer harmony to those who need it. But that must wait for now. There are battles yet to be fought. We must save the world before we can dream of ways to better it.
For the wicked, I see.
What a day.
Let me work my magic.
I'm ready.
아, 여기서 이럴 필요는 없을 것 같아. 어차피 이거 이제 버프 다시 해야 되니까.
Careful, I might.
Wish to live in more interesting times.
Which way to the nearest library?
is. It appears to be protected by an energy. The magic blink the Orphic hammer is.
Just rang Raphael's dinner bell.
Come to my prison and bring the hammer. Oh, God.
What do I have to lose?
뭐야?
Just rang Raphael's dinner bell.
Come to my prison and bring. Oh, God.
There is work to do.
Trust no one. Tread lightly.
Seek and
And a fine place to eject unwelcome
wretched thing, pull yourself together.
What now?
I've got a long road ahead.
Time slows for a moment, and the air becomes thicker. The master of the house is coming.
아, 잠깐.
You.
try to do?
At the ready. Looking ahead.
It slows for a moment, and the air becomes thicker. The master of the house is coming.
You. There are many things in your world that I loathe. Litters of kittens, chattering children, the noise and the chaos of it all. In my world, in my house, there is order and there is decorum. You came here uninvited and you stole from me. In doing so, you brought the chaos of your world into mine. I will not abide it. You've given me no other choice. I offered you liberty, and you've chosen
이번에는 얘
death.
여관이 없어갖고 보지도
It's
못했는데.
the fatal flaw of mortal kind. Take away their free will and they call you a tyrant. Allow them to indulge it and they become tyrants. You would have been heroes if you'd only dealt fairly with me. Instead, you're not so different to doomed Carsus, overreaching your limits and burning your world to ash. And hope already burned. Commander, you can salvage a trophy from these insects when I'm done with them.
These insects trick me beneath the Shadowlands. I'll make a necklace of their cunning tongues. To stand against a devil in his own home. That takes courage. I'm with you.
How tiresome.
아빠의 표정.
Understand that you wish to die with them?
I wish to fight with them.
It's all the same in the end. If you have any last words, make it quick. It will only take a moment to finish you. Hope. It always burns you in the end, little mouse. Now, down comes the claw.
앵그리 펄.
To me.
Rough tempest I will raise.
Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
I'm ready.
이거 사과물 뿌리면 안 될 것 같은데.
Hell, hell, hell has its laws. Hell, hell, effect and the cause, earth and souls. But hold your applause, squirm, squirm. For now down here come the claws.
Lives, all mortal lives, expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
need to get them straight.
Souls go to their dooms in flame
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect in the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Swerve, for now down here come the claws.
lives, all mortal lives expire. Souls go to their dooms in flame forevermore.
Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, brave, brave.
No more contracts, no more debts. The master of the house has
아, 얘
been
감정
put to
걸리고
sleep.
공격한 걸리 돼버렸네.
Souls go to their dooms
얘 감전이 이렇게 위험해요.
in flame forevermore.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect in the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Swerve, for now down here come the claws.
Lives, all mortal lives expire.
아, 이거 시야 저것 때문에. 폭풍 클레릭 이래서 이게 안 좋아 진짜. 저거 미는 거 있는데 진짜 그 번개 공격할 때 미는 거 있는데 그 미는 게 그 미는 옵션을 켜고 끌 수가 없어가지고 짜증나. 아군이나 우군까지 다 적게 만들어 버려갖고.
Still breathing, despite everything.
That's an accident then, shall we?
걔 피 깎아가지고.
No one stop me yet.
그냥 해. 어차피.
risked mind, limb, and freedom, all to steal the Orphic hammer. I hope your ambitions end there. I have already told you that the Githyanki Prince only wants to see you dead. But it seems you still do not trust me. That is not my definition of trust. You are falling into the same trap as the Chosen. Their distrust of one another is their undoing. We must not make the same mistake. We must work together. I wish I could trust you, but that you felt you needed to have it at all tells me that you are not worthy of that trust. Nonetheless, our fates are bound, and in the absence of a happier union, I will accept a useful one. You may think yourself ingenious for having slain a devil, but you have merely ironed out a wrinkle. The Elder Brain will not be such an easy foe. It is time we resume our journey to find it.
That's the last of Raphael. I'll be glad to no longer have to suffer his smug face.
제가 웃으면 계획도 따르거든요.
No amount of contracts will save Raphael from the fate we forced upon him. A devil well slain, if I say so myself.
Defeating a devil in his own home feels very, very good, actually.
Best be on my way.
Trips to the Hells, I knew you were a thief. Didn't realize you were a killer. Raphael's death is already causing quite a stir across the Hells. It's a rare thing for a mortal to slay a devil of his stature. In all the excitement, I hope you didn't forget our bargain. Do you have the gauntlets? That invalidates our deal, I'm afraid. I fulfilled my part of the bargain, so you owe me the fee I proposed initially. Not a subtle point, but well made. Keep the gauntlets. Your threats aren't necessary, but your coin is still welcome. Devil Slayer.
자, 설득 난이도 좀 낮네요.
In all the excitement, I hope you hand them over. And our deal is... Thank you very much. Your coin is always welcome here. And so are you, Devil Slayer. Welcome back, Devil Slayer. What can I do for you? Now you've seen what I have for thee. Remember, discretion is key at the Devil's feet. Trips? I'm Raphael. In all the excitement, I hope we had a deal. There's nothing Mammon likes less than a welcher. Get the hell out and never come back.
싸움은 안 거네.
My apology.
the brain's lair. We may be near the end of all this. Oakfather preserve you.
My head throbs with every step. The closer the brain, the louder its call. Let's talk.
Feels like we're nearly at the end, one way or the other. Good.
Let's talk.
Can you feel it? That ache in your skull, that silent scream. The brain wants us for its puppets. Yes, the hammer is ours. To think, the traitor prince's release is within our grasp. When we next enter the astral prism, we will slay he who would take Vlakith's throne.
Just me, or is it hot in here?
We cannot afford to lose focus now. Not when the brain is so close. We press on.
Won't be long now. They'll pay for what they did to me.
Whatever happens next, be
Swift as my feet can carry me.
Raphael is no more. I shall not shed any tears. Oakfather preserve you.
Raphael's good and gone. Feels damn good too. Now, if only I could get rid of the other devil in my life. Let's talk.
Good.
Come for a chat?
The hammer is ours. Yeah, when we next...
Soldier?
윌 쫓아내면 나가지 않을 거예요.
Go ahead. I'm...
Hello, my dear.
그래도 한 번 거절하면 다시 들이대진 않더라고요.
Wonder if the gods are watching me.
The Netherbrain's lair.
My head.
Feels like we're near the...
네, 쿨하더라고요, 저런.
Can you feel?
We cannot afford.
Won't be.
Thy dost thou as
(16) 플러스 2가 18이고 19. 이거 마지막 가면에 테니어리 모든 능력치 1씩 올려줘가지고 (16, 17, 18) (19) 20, 22 이 시점에서는 와, 색깔 거의 딱 맞네.
My faith will guide me.
얘네들도 맞춰주고 가면 좋을 것 같은데 귀찮아서 그냥 해야 되네.
What to do?
Pristine darkness in every direction. Silence, but for the gentle, rhythmic slap of water on rock as your vessel cuts through. An overwhelming force pushes into your mind. The brain. It is here.
Can you smell it? The brine. It's infused with magic. The brain is here.
I'll catch a break.
Waiting. Preparing. Calculating. Evolving.
Thought my skull was going to crack.
The pain's getting worse. Brain's getting stronger.
They can strike us like that. Close. It's close enough to strike back.
Have to keep going.
저쪽. 이쪽이요. 아 이쪽이요. 아 길 어디야?
We're a long way from Waterdeep.
Watch your back.
All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have. Very well.
Chase! Devour. Thrall. Break. Control.
Brain. I can feel it in my head, gorging itself on my thoughts.
Deathly silence. The air is stale and putrid.
It's close. Have the stones ready.
Your blood slows. Your senses strung so tight they could snap in an instant.
You think you know why you are here. You think you can atone for giving me my power, child of Baal, by destroying me with the nether stones. You are wrong.
It's messing with your mind. Don't listen to it. Use the stones.
By eliminating Ketheric, Orin, and Gortash, you have simply unbound me. Exactly as I intended. The crown is now mine to command. Mine alone.
Don't listen to it. Focus on the crown.
야, 99짜리에서 좀 뜨지 20은.
Place the crown upon me in the depths of Moonrise Towers, and there I It is what made me what I am. You brought the crown to me, Baldur, thinking the army I amassed with it would become yours. Your plan was devious, your cruelty unparalleled. I would have followed it were your mind not destroyed by your sister. But with you gone, the three pitiful chosen fought like children in your wake. I gave them power to harm one another with, while I crafted my design. I used the chosen, while they thought they used me. But the orders are now mine to give.
I won't allow it. Again, dominate it.
When the parasite entered your ruined mind, you became a pawn in my design. Who do you think told the Chosen about the astral prism? Who do you think planted the knowledge of Orpheus's power and the fear of what it could do? When the Chosen sent my thralls to retrieve the prism, who do you think let the Emperor slip its leash, knowing it would be the one to bring you to me?
We were part of its plan.
I only needed one Netherstone loosened from the Chosen's grasp to guarantee my freedom. You brought all three back to me. In doing so, you have liberated me. This was your role. And and it is complete. Now you will witness the grand design.
We can't afford to let that happen.
주사위 눈엔 점점 올라가네. 떨어지네요, 점점. 아, 씨. 와, 떴어!
just in time. The situation is worse than I thought. This is an Elder Brain, no longer. The magic of the crown has caused it to evolve. It has become something more. A nether brain. I thought so too. But that was when I believed it was still an Elder Brain. It has been anticipating our every move from the start. I underestimated it. We will need to rethink our plan.
All of that? And the stones didn't even work? I swear, this is never ending. Oh, as well as can be expected when facing down the end of the world. Please, darling. You have the vampire ascendant on your side. How could we lose?
There I was thinking we were finally about to put an end to all of this. Too good to be true, I suppose. Hardly. We're going to win this. Understand? But no sense missing the opportunity.
그러게. 이 각도에서 하는구나, 이렇게.
I'll look forward to the next last kiss.
찐찐막.
And the
찐막,
one
찐,
after
찐,
that.
찐찐막, 찐찐찐막.
Honestly, I think self-reflection may be the enemy just now. I can't afford to lose my nerve. Safer to just not think and keep forging ahead. I do. Think of all we've been through just to get to this moment. That wasn't luck, that was us. Let's just stay shoulder to shoulder and see this through.
Quite ready for you. Alright, what now?
Seems the brain's more reluctant to let go of the crown than we anticipated. Separating the crown from that monstrosity will be harder than we imagined. It might be time to reconsider our strategy. Seems the brain's separate.
누나 어디 갔어?
How much farther can I go?
Sometimes, it drives us to make sacrifices. Yankee's power will see us through. It's still time. I have assessed our encounter with the Netherbrain from every angle. I know why we failed. The problem was not the stones. The problem was you. You can make only one move at a time, but the Netherbrain calculates every possible move at once. It knows what you will do. It knows everything you could possibly do. You cannot outmaneuver it. To defeat it, you would have to think like an Elithid. Better yet, be one. Your mind is not capable of this. Mine is. You will give the stones to me. I will assimilate Orpheus, and then I will be able to leave this prison to face the brain. I will consume his thoughts, his knowledge, his brain. You still don't trust me. After all we've been through, remember, I have been your salvation from the very beginning. Your knight in shining armor. I freed you from the Nautiloid, prevented you from crashing to your death. I have protected you ever since, at no small cost to myself. I came to you as a leader, but I did not shy away from showing you vulnerability. I needed you as much as you needed me. I was not above recognizing this. When you discovered my true identity, I did not flinch from the truth. I never lied to you, not once. I am just like you. We have the same enemy, the same story. I encouraged you to fulfill your potential, all while protecting you from harm. Now I ask you for the last time to trust me. Release the Netherstones to me.
Do not forget, there's a card yet to come into play. The orb. If we do not want to surrender the stones, we can still use it to ensure the brain's destruction. Along with my own, of course.
This is a risk we cannot take. Your hubris drives you even now. You failed before. I cannot trust that you will not fail again. You must trust me. Hand me the stones.
오르페우스는 저 다른 파티로.
Thank you. Now stand aside. I will assimilate the Githyanki's power in your stead.
칼라크 레이젤 데려와갖고 오르페우스 엔딩 노력하게.
Do not judge me. Come, we must follow the brain's path. This time,
내가 되는 것보단 낫지 그래도.
fail.
I'm going to be sick.
There goes my appetite for a while.
It's time to leave.
No sense dwelling on it. We made our choice. We'll live with the nightmares.
I think we're done here. I'll certainly be glad to see the back of it anyway.
We have a city.
I can't talk. At least the bits of it that are worth.
We proceed together.
Yes, it's dark. Don't touch me.
Is dark. Chris! You held the future of the people in your hands. How dare you take our prince from us? How dare you parade around this abomination? The heir's psionic cry shook the plains and marked his locus. I will avenge him. Mother Gith, hear me. Yis Githga Tavki Krashet.
Time slows to a crawl while he scrutinizes you. In his eyes, his people's past and future. Fighting as he tries to understand the true path, the right path. The weight of responsibility heavy upon him.
The enemy of my enemy is no friend to me. But I cannot let the Geich Empire swarm the astral plane. I will spare you. In fact, I will help you. But when the brain withers, so too does our alliance. It will not just be Vlaakith that hunts you, once the embers of battle cool down. Now go. I stand at the ready.
We have lost, but even it is more than a play. Baldur's today. You're late, friend. This is the one you spoke of.
The very same. The champion we've been waiting for. The one who will save Baldur's Gate from ruin.
The Fist examines your illithid ally with suspicion. He was not expecting the savior of Baldur's Gate to be accompanied by a mind flayer.
Appearances
그러게요.
may
걔랑 비슷하게 생긴 것 같은데.
change, but they do not mask the one within. This one, I know. Observe with whom it traveleth. Friends. This mind flayer will fight with thee. It will save thy city and thy lives.
The Fist eyes your illithid ally with suspicion, softening to curiosity. His hostility melting at the recognition that there's more behind those eyes than malice.
My steel is yours, and I'm not alone.
You helped me once. I figured it's time I paid you back. With magic.
I have marshaled the best the Flaming Fist has to offer. We will fight to the last.
Whatever strength I have to lend, I will lend it. I will make my city proud again.
Not sure what I have to offer a mind flare, if I'm honest. But I hope my words of encouragement and reassurance will strengthen your resolve.
The journey has been brutal, but I stand here a Hell Rider once more. And I would die a proud man if I died this day.
My dark forces are at your command today. We have a common goal.
I was the first Dark Justiciar in a generation. but soon we'll be Legion. And today, we fight at your side.
All the strength of the lands we healed flows through me, and from me to you. And whatever company you keep.
I wouldn't miss this for all the souls in the city. Call my name, and I'll bring the hellfire.
Glad to have you with us. And not a moment too soon.
The air is thick with anticipation. All eyes are on you. They're expecting a speech, something to stir their hearts and put fire in their bellies for the fight ahead.
Well said. We'll prepare ourselves. We'll be ready when you call upon us. Balduran's grace be with you.
이 시점에서 올려주는 거.
Dost thou need my services?
If thou art ready.
왜 리스펙은 안 해주는 거야?
I wouldn't be here.
Been waiting a while for this.
Today, we take back the city.
Have courage, my friend. Your victory is assured.
Onwards. There is no reason to linger here.
I'm glad you're here. The Illithid too. Though it'll take some getting used to.
High Hall. There's nowhere else to go. This is where it all ends, my love. Hardly. We're going to win this. Understand? But no sense missing the opportunity. I'll look forward to the next last kick, honestly. I think self-reflection may be the enemy just now. I can't afford to lose my nerve. Safer to just not think and keep forging ahead. I do. Let's just stay.
I always dreamed of walking these halls, you know. Enjoying the luxury of the ducal palace. And look at it now. Oh, as well as can be expected. Please, darling.
The High Hall was once a beacon of promise, of wisdom, of celebration. Now, well, it's just a beacon for all manner of horrors and pity. When? I'm glad you have such confidence in our endeavor. I confess, my own's not constructed from such immutable materials. I don't dare to picture the crown in my hands. Not when there's the small matter of an enormous city-conquering brain beneath it. But if we overcome that obstacle, I will do everything. I'm cautiously optimistic. Though, with the time left to us and the amount still to be done, it's best we don't take anything for granted. Who knows what shape these final moments of ours might assume? Not I. Not Mistra. Not even you. But whatever my fate might be, I'll be glad to greet it in such fine company. I'd need a ream of parchment longer than an elderbrain's stem to capture the tumult I feel at that particular prospect. But I'm ready, if that's the word you need to hear. If you call on me, I will not let you down.
What a day.
Leave him be! We have...
Let's see.
Hell's teeth! Is that a brainstem? Get a little higher. We could probably climb it. Nautiloid! Stay low and watch your footing. We can't take bombardments like that. Hardly a challenge.
Let's move.
음찍?
You will bleed for her glory.
Sliced and
바이신은 대사 잘렸네.
So many are killed. Just push through. Reach the brain.
저기는 아스타리온.
You are persistent. You have function. Leave them. Join us. Witness the fetch. Witness the grand design.
Need to find a way forward.
유틸로이드가 도와줬어. 응? 아니네.
Let's get on with it.
Elminster's not around, so might as well.
What's next, I wonder?
저기 다음 구역부터 저
Time to dally.
Excellent choice.
What's next? Can't afford to stay idle.
이렇게 30 올려준 건 누구야? 아, 레이븐가드. 일버즈 피톤 30이나 올려줘.
Can't give up now. Can't slow down.
나는 이미 임시 체력이 있어가지고 안 해주는 거.
I wonder what the next move is.
Ready and willing.
Let's get on with it. No time to waste.
Intestines throb, blood whispers. The path lies before me. Direct me.
I'm not your enemy. Not quite yet, anyway.
Still breathing, despite everything. Salutations. Let's get going.
색깔이 좀 안 맞네. 이번에 왜 노란색이 되는 거야? 저것만 튀네. 미치겠네.
What's next?
Someone there.
Oh, I have the magic touch.
My faith will guide me.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Whatever it takes.
Careful, I'm behind. What to do?
My faith protects me.
Watch your back. Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times. Yes?
Can't you feel it? We're almost there. Once we ascend, the Netherbrain stem will be in touching distance of the crown. We're reclaiming the powers of Carsus himself. I'm ready. Are you? Then I think it's about time we ascended. Don't you?
진작에 안 올라가고 있었던 걸걸.
Amplifying the Netherbrain's power, and the very place that we will be able to dominate it. That's where we should use the Nether Stones.
Well, that's just disgusting. 이거 똑같네. 수준이든 아니든. 사리가 하신 이런 거 아니야? 수준 아니거든. 비춰져 있는 트로면 뭐 좀 달라지는데 똑같네. 밑에서 대기 타고 있던 애가 얘야?
Up ahead. Time to cast the spell again and break its will.
Shall we dance? Yes.
Another fight. Let's go. Swift as my feet can carry me.
아, 이 살아있으면 안 되는데 진짜. 아.
Survival is all that matters. Can't slow down.
아, 이 새끼 왜 자꾸 안 죽어?
The lance board is set. Cannot feel the death's cold grip. The slaughter.
Execute.
Let's play.
아, 어디까지 가?
Well, so much for peace. Another step forward.
야, 왜 자꾸 안 죽지, 쟤? 저냥 어젠 다 죽었는데.
Time to kill.
아, 버프 참. 아, 저 원거리 무게 들어가는데 버프가 근접 무게 들어가고 막 이렇게.
Keep your distance, Baldur. Never a dull moment. Magna Virtute!
Then I think it's about time we...
There it is. The very...
Well, that's just disgusting.
You are spectacular.
The crown! Cast the spell on it!
Blood comes easy these days.
Subjugate.
They're dying for me. All of them.
Let's spill some blood.
멀티클래스여갖고 우리 편이 저 구성이 바뀌네요 매번. 이게 우리 편 직업 구성에 따라서 여기 나오는 애들이 바뀌는 것 같은데. 누구야? 멀티클래스여갖고 저 구성이 바뀌네요. 왜 주문 차단 있다는 말 없는데 왜 주문 차단 쳐고 지랄이야?
No choice but to keep going.
그러면 안 되지. 저거 똑바로 알려줘야지 무슨 게 못 쓰는지.
Best be on my way.
왜 자꾸 트이는 데가 안 주고 맨날. 아 진짜 짜증나게 씨. 이거 엔딩 다른 루트로도 엔딩 두 번 더 봐야 돼갖고. 근데 그건 내일 해야 되게 생겼네. 다른 캐릭터들 데리고도 엔딩 봐야 되거든.
Dance macabre. Where do I go from here? Don't waste a step.
이렇게 되었어. 안 궁금한데요? 뭐 드셨는지. 왜 맨날 먹는 거 얘기하세요? 아 집중 깨졌어. 아 진짜. 어제는 한 번도 안 깨지던데. 이거 왜 안 돼? 아 저거 휴식 안 하면 또 안 채워지는 거야? 아 존나 쓰레기 같네. 아
fancy their chances. Outflank, outsmart.
Time to push my luck again. Need to find a way forward.
Let's turn someone inside out.
Focus.
Just keep them back!
It's weakened. This is our chance.
Even bound, its will is stronger than anything you've ever felt. The chains shake, threatening to break at any moment.
It's vulnerable, but not defeated. Use the portal. We will bring it down together. This is it. Its will is weakening.
아, 피 깎여서 왔네, 진짜. 많이는 안 깎이는데. 아까 그 99짜리 성공하면 90 깎여서 오네. 그래서 저렇게 부프 떡칠할 필요도 없어.
Go for the throat. Over here.
Can't even catch my breath.
This is it. Its will is weakening.
Have to keep going.
부프 완전 열심히 하고 했는데 다 풀렸네. 괴물이라서.
Reconsider. Assess. Implore. Surrender.
Subdued at last, it begs for its life.
Spare me. Join me. Wield me. Become absolute.
It pleads because it knows I'm its master. I will finish this.
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of the Emperor's strength to keep it there. An opportunity, perhaps.
We could do it, you know. We could rule the world.
뭐야? 1번하고 3번하고 무슨 차이야? 저 1번하고 3번하고 무슨 차이야? 저 아스타리안하고 먹는 거야, 저러면은? 아, 이거는 내 이름으로 엔딩 나오는 건가? 같이 할 수도 있어? 아, 이거는 탑으로 했을 때랑 저거는 발의 이름으로 하는 거랑 자기 이름으로 하는 거랑 다른가 보네. 일본 뭐야? 일본 같이 하는 거야? 아스타리온하고? 나 진짜 뭐야? 일본 뭔데? 진짜 아스타리온하고 같이 세계 정복하는 거야? 다커즈루트 진이로인 아스타리온. 여기선 내 이름으로 하는 거야. 아, 내 이름으로 하면 웃고 자기 아빠 이름으로 하면 안 웃네. 아, 자기 이름으로 살 때도 됐지. 문어가 왜 이렇게 많냐고요? 문어찜님 좋으시라고. 문어찜님 많이 드시라고 문어가 많이 나오네.
We could do it, you know.
I admire the ambition. The thought did cross my
아,
mind.
사실 나도 그
But
생각했었어.
whoever becomes the absolute faces a war, the entire Githyanki army. Strong as we are, they are legion. I cannot be sure of survival.
뭐야? 설득. 이러면 어떻게 되는 거야?
You have grown much.
많이 커.
I'm proud of you. Let's do it.
뭐 하는 거야, 이러? 아, 똑같. 아, 황자 살리고 같이 수비하는 건가, 저러면? 단체로 세계 수비하는 건가, 이러면? 뭔지 모르겠네요. 뭐야 이건? 아 황제가 지배하는 건가 이러면? 뭐야? 아 황제가 저거네. 황제가 절대자 되는 건가 보네. 황제가 절대자 됐어. 아 이런 것도 있었네? 아니 레알 황제 됐네. 무서워. 아 미치겠다 이런 거 있었어. 자기도 그런 생각했대. 내가 통수당했네 이러면. 아 진짜 이런 거 내가 설득해갖고 노예가 됐어. 아 아스타리온이 나한테 하는 게 아니라 저 황제한테 하는 말이었구나. 세계집에 하거나 하자. 황제 미치겠다. 아 이런 거 있는 줄 몰랐어. 저번 회차에서는 주인공이 매력이 없어갖고 저런 화술 체크를 통화를 못했는데 아 통화하면 이렇게 되는구나. 아 미치겠다 진짜.
We could do it, you know. We could rule the world.
어그로님 안녕하세요. 자진해서 설득해갖고 노예가 됐어.
Obey. I must end.
저런 거 저번 회차 주인공은 그 말빨이 딸려가지고 저거를 설득 통과를 못해서 못 봤나 보다. 몰랐어. 올챙이가 불타고 있어.
Free of urge and worm, your brain is battered and bruised, but it is yours. Yours at last.
황제 엔딩은 황제 절대자 된 엔딩 있는 줄 몰랐네 진짜. 설득이 카리스마 낮아갖고 저번 주인공은 저런 거 20짜리 이런 거 꿈도 못 꿨는데. 그것도 설득 20짜리를 통과해갖고 자기 노예로 부려달라고 설득을 해갖고 저렇게. 신박하네요 진짜. 세스랑도 훌륭한 무기죠. 박삼에서도 세스랑 은근히 괜찮았는데. 쟤도 걔 같은데요? 쟤도 그 옷가게 떨거지 같은데 저 얼굴. 모든 클래스 월크란이는 개같이 생겼네.
Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth it. For this.
Loss of a mind is a terrible thing. But this time, I think I'll make an exception. It's over. It's truly over.
Against all odds, we cured ourselves. Free from the parasite. Free from the prospect of ceremorphosis. I can hardly believe it. We will not become accursed illithids.
Not to cast any slight on you, of course. Your form rather suits you.
It makes little difference to me. I did what I had to secure my freedom. And in spite of your resistance to evolution, you have proved a good ally. I am no more responsible for your actions than you are for mine.
Look, the Githyanki take flight. Lae'zel, will you be joining them?
The Netherbrain is dead. To slay a Geich was my sworn duty. I must call out to Tunorath. My ascension's at hand.
여기서 설득하면 진짜 레이저 귀 몇 번 귀 얇은 거 진짜 3번 팔랑귀 3연속 팔랑귀. 인도 안 썼어? 왜 인도 안 들어가?
I've suffered so many bruises, bore so many blows, all to earn Vlaakith's favor. Yet, it's this vexing, excruciating, phenomenal world that I can't resist.
마음 3번 바꾸네요.
Kith'raki will chase me to every
오르페우스한테 가라고 했다가 다시 오르페우스에서 블라키스로 가라고 했다가 다시 또.
Now, I hunt prey on my own
와 진짜
terms
귀 얇아.
and spill blood of my choosing. I need not be ascended, for I am born anew.
With the Githyanki gone, there's nothing left but the silence of the city.
그러게. 저
Smoldering,
데리고 다닌 적이 없어.
waiting to be rebuilt. But it seems that Gale's mind is elsewhere.
The crown. It's somewhere in the Gionthar. If I salvage the stones, I can reforge it. With the crown in my hands, I would be unstoppable. I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. I would be a god.
이제 짜놓으면은 마음 바꾸기 못한.
It's I who should be saying such things. Do not think I leave you without a heart as heavy as your own. I owe it to myself to follow where destiny leads. I'll never forget you. That I promise. If you ever felt differently, there'll be a place waiting for you in the heavens.
Farewell, Gale. I hope he still remembers us little people once he's secured godhood. Though he may have to contend with Mistra before that's a foregone conclusion. As for us, well, the future awaits. So, what comes next?
손잡고 있는 것 같아요. 지금 황제랑 할신이랑.
What's the rush? Surely we're due to be fated as heroes in this place. We'll drink for free. If any taverns survived.
Then this is where we part ways. I have business to attend to here, and a life to rebuild.
I can't believe I'm about to say this, but part of me will miss you.
I will miss you, too.
Now that you no longer live in each other's minds, it's hard to tell if the Mind Flayer is being sincere, though perhaps no harder than it ever was.
Now, all of Toril is spread before me. 1,000,000 marks to make. 1,000,000 battles to fight. I may not belong to this land, but now, it belongs to me.
We did it, soldier. The city's going to be all right. And so are you. Engine's finally cooked. Held on just long enough. So, how'd I do? So it is. We gave this city back its life. We did that. Careful! Hot! I never gave up. I did my best. I did my best. It's the one thing I can't beat, isn't it? I wanted to live in my city with my friends. But life is for the living. And I saw... Goodbye, son. Goodbye, sea. Goodbye.
이거 윌도 같이 보내는 거 있다고 하던데? 윌 안 가 왜? 윌하고 같이 보내려고 했는데.
It's over. And it's all because of you. You, who were destined to become a thrall.
네.
Thanks to you, there will be no Illithid empire, no death god's tyranny. You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are the saviors of Baldur's Gate. He slept like a babe straight through the night.
야, 멍자국 좀 없애주면 안 돼요? 왜 멍자국 있는 상태로 넣어?
Entirely free. For the first time, you feel alone, calm.
아, 멍자국 좀 없애줘 진짜.
Baal may have been your beginning, but he will not be your end. Of all those you killed in your father's name, one lingers in your mind even now. Shadowheart.
응?
Her death weighs upon you still.
나 안 죽였는데?
A burden you will
뭐야?
carry for the rest of your days.
뭐야 이거? 왜 샤드한테 살아있는데 뭐야?
Fortunately, you will not have to carry it alone.
Last night was an exception. I hope you understand that.
아 이래 서로 죽인.
The battle's won. Our journey is over. And I need to take my place at Lady Shah's side.
뭐지? 죽인 거예요? 그럼?
How could I forget? A pleasant, vivid memory. But now I have to move on. All this has been to bring me to this point. And now I'm finally here. Thanks in no small part to you. Lady Shah's work is never ending. I've cleansed the ranks of her followers, leaving only the faithful, the worthy. Now is the time to spread her word. So many have suffered greatly in recent times, gripped by pain and loss. They will rush to the Dark Lady's embrace. Of course, things could have been different. But nothing says they would have been better. I fulfilled my destiny, just as Lady Shah wished me to. That's not to say that there aren't parts I wished were different. But I suppose that's how you know when you've done something of value. When you know what you sacrificed to achieve it. Perhaps you'll come to realize that in time.
모르겠어요. 얘로 했을 때 엔딩 되게 이상하게 나오고 나오는 거 많아갖고 다 이상하게 나오고.
We all need to be unburdened every now and again.
그래서 죽였. 샤르트로 가면 헤어지나 보네요, 그냥.
Six months since you faced your father and refused your birthright. 6 months since you cured yourself of the urge. Your life is your own now. And you are
깨지는구나,
becoming
샤르트로 가면.
someone new. But the memories of the past will not leave
뭐라고?
you alone. You receive an
뭐야, 이거?
invitation one day. In a hand you recognize immediately.
이거 진짜
Challenger of gods, it reads.
아니, 뭔데 이거?
Anxious to see thine true family once more. Withers, who raised
미더스가
you
보낸 거구나.
when your father struck
깜짝이야.
you down. He bids you join him as a gathering of your allies and friends.
샤도한테 부모님 살려드리고 와야겠네. 다시 해야 돼.
To the place where you formed your first.
미치겠다 진짜.
You are calm. You are you.
칼라크랑 지옥 가야겠네 이러면.
You can do this.
왜 나랑 똑같은 옷 입고 있...
Thou wert called here, some from
그냥 이렇게 되나봐요 그.
some below.
근데 저 문장은 뭐야?
For with thine bond,
그냥 깨져갖고 저렇게 깨지면은
together
연애 깨지면
thou
저렇게
hast
되는 거예요?
kept the wheel of fate spinning when it threatened to halt. Though thou wert drawn far apart in the months after the collapse of the Absolute, tonight fate renews thy bond once more. Thou shouldst take care to preserve it. It is a great weapon wielded in the hand of good. Go. Know one another once more.
와, 저 탄력 상태가 지금 오는 거고. 이러면 또 세이브 돌려 엄청 이전으로 돌려야 되는데.
New days, old friends. There's no greater joy.
Lady Shah's blessings to you. Or perhaps you don't need them. You look well. I couldn't agree more. Lady Shah's holy work is all-consuming. I doubt I'd manage without a feather bed to turn to. Her entire church prospers. The Absolute washed the Sword Coast with blood and tears. It's now a fertile ground for her message to flourish. Broken hearts, shaken faiths, refugees without homes, former cultists without purpose. They can all become the Night Singer's children. With the right nudge, you should see how they flock to us. We spread like the night sky chasing the sun below the horizon. A pity, yes. But also for the best, perhaps. It would have pained me to have you close, but not be able to dedicate myself to you in every waking moment. We would have been able to claim just enough of each other's hearts in order for it to hurt. Better to indulge ourselves fully whenever fate allows, than to live in compromise. And tonight of all nights was made for indulgence. What? A show of sincere affection? You're lucky none of my followers are around to witness this. Come here. Let's keep that our special secret. I have a reputation to maintain, you know. Now, tell me all. What have you been doing with yourself this past while? Can you blame them? It must be like meeting their literary hero, or anti-hero, I suppose. I suppose you'll be keen to do the rounds, with so many old acquaintances gathered. Do not let me hoard your time. But don't be such a stranger either in future.
부모님 구해드리러 갑니다. 상인 장모님 구해드리러 갑니다.
I can always make some time for an old friend. One of the privileges of being in charge.
아 세이브도 더 올려야 되잖아 이런.
Would that I could. But this is my life now. Lady Shah must.
근데 내가 이렇게 만든 거잖아. 생각해 보면.
Always. Luckily for both of us, I'm well versed in stealth. Come here.
그림자 여신 요거고.
Like a rare vintage. Bittersweet to taste so infrequently, yet
볼로 있어요?
always worth the wait. I suppose you may.
뭔데? 뭐야 진짜? 몸은 거짓말을 못하지.
I might have to call on you to trouble me again before the night runs its course. All-consuming. Endless decisions to make, underlings jockeying for your attention, threats from the outside, threats from the inside. There's times I miss when it was just our little group against the odds. Simplicity is a luxury that's drifted out of my reach, I'm afraid. But at least for tonight, I can have a taste of how it used to be. I shouldn't. But from time to time, yes. Holding the office she once held, standing within the shadow of Lady Shah herself, it complicates my feelings towards her. I came to see her as an adversary, an obstacle. But what recourse did she have? What did she see when she looked at me? A future in which she was discarded, where the reward for her service and sacrifice was to groom her own replacement. What transpired was the Dark Lady's will. If time rolled back, I would do the same thing all over again without hesitation. Yet, I am not without sympathy. Almost as busy as I am. Such rapid growth creates a good deal of work for a quartermaster. So many lost souls in need of dark cloaks. She has risen to the occasion, though, as I knew she would. Sometimes she fears the others will grow jealous, but I see her as a favorite. Well, it's true. I do. They can challenge me on the matter if they dare, though none are so bold. Almost a shame we didn't throw more parties, come to think of it. After felling Ketherick Thorn, perhaps, we even had an inn at our disposal, and a brewery.
뭐 계속 뜨는데 이거?
I suppose you
뭐야 계속 떠? 무한. 왜 이렇게 눈치 박은데?
I might need a few more of those before the sun threatens to rise.
아 6개월째 한꺼번에 하는 거야? 볼로도 있네 진짜. 게일 뭐야? 게일 뭐야?
Well met. I am a
뭐라고?
projection of Waterdeep. And if you see this manifestation,
아 미스트라
that
씹고
means
와서
I have
유절했나 봐.
prematurely perished. Alas, on this occasion,
그러게요,
I appear to have
미련-
been erased from this plane in both soul and substance. So
아 이런 것도 있네?
cannot be
아
followed.
이거 미스트라 안 보고 가면 이렇게 되는구나.
However, available for the duration of this spell to assist with the tying of any loose ends related to my
미스트라 씹었더니 이렇게
recent
됐어.
departure from mortality.
아 미치겠다.
As a precautionarily prepared spell, I'm afraid I wasn't witness
아,
to the
커즈
exact
목표는
nature of my
달성했네요.
device. However, on behalf of my creator, I wish to make abundantly clear that my death was
아, 저거 아카우즈 루트라도 저거 좀
and in no way related to any attempted usurpation of
아,
the
일단
reigning
샤도한테
divinities
부모님부터
of the
구해드리러
day.
가야겠네. 아, 미치겠다 진짜. 뭐야, 라파엘 죽었는데. 꼬이네요, 막 스크립트가
The
이상하게.
muddy floor of the Chionthar was surprisingly straightforward, if a little damp.
이상하게 예로 했을 때 막 애들 이벤트 다 꼬여가지고
The icy chill
이상하게
of Netherese
나왔는데.
metal in my hands, and then nothing. Gale of Waterdeep was gone.
아, 그거 진짜
And so was
완전
I.
웃기네요. 이거.
Until
전개 다
Withers kindly
다
summoned me
꼬여가지고.
here to perform my final task. I have been entrusted with the delivery of a letter to be given to one who cared most for me in life. I hope these words do something to ease the tragedy of my untimely and honestly quite unexpected passing. With that, I'm afraid my spell is waning. Is there anything else you need of me before I blink
이런
out of
짠게
existence?
있네. 뭐지? 위저드 스스로
To think I believe godhood was worth losing all this.
위저드 스스로 배틀했을 때가 그립네요. 이제 다시 스스로로 꼽을 못 찍네요. 소중한 친구에게 이 편지가 네게 가지 않았으면 하는 마음을 담아서 쓸게. 혹시 이걸 읽고 있다면 내 바람이 무너지는 거겠지. 난 실패했어. 이런 걸 쓰는 건 멍청한 짓일지도 몰라. 난 문놈의 신이 되겠다고 필멸자의 행복과 우정을 포기한 채 널 허신짝처럼 버렸으니까. 버린 거였어요. 그래도 치운타 강둑에 앉아있자니 마음속에 소란을 잠재울 방법은 너와 나눴던 우정을 생각하는 것뿐이네. 널 만나기 전에는 내 삶을 다른 존재와 적어도 두 발로 걷는 것들하고는 나눈다는 게 얼마나 기쁜 일인지 잊고 있었어. 너한테 고맙다고 더 자주 말해줬으면 좋았겠지만 아쉽게도 이 편지로나마 마음을 전해야겠네. 필멸자로서 온갖 행복을 누릴 수 있었는데 내가 대체 왜 이러는 걸까 하는 의문이 들기도 해. 하지만 너와 함께했던 시간만큼이나 이거 누가 보면 게이루트로 간 줄 알겠어. 강렬한 이 충동을 떨쳐낼 수가 없어. 혹시 내가 실패하거든 부디 용서해줬으면 좋겠어. 내 마지막 소원은 네가 행복하게 사는 거야. 내가 한 실수를 너는 하지 않길 바라겠다. 내 보자거든 그 친구. 연애 이벤트는 안 갔는데 그 친구로 남는 그런 이벤트는 봤거든요. 그 아스트랄 야수 할 때 거기 아스트랄 야수까지는 안 가고 그냥 1차에서 끝냈는데 이벤트 2번 다.
Well, look
나랑 똑같은 애. 얘는 뱀파이어네요 문양이.
Murderous little friend. What have you been up to? Fallen back into old habits.
얘 진짜 얘 좀 극초반부터 그 정체 아직 밝혀지지 않았을 때 막 나보고 막 쾌락살인마 친구 막 이랬는데 우리 쾌락살인마 친구 뭘 도와줄까 막 이랬는데 정체 밝혀지기 전에 보는 눈이 정확해요.
A sensible pastime indeed. You must tell me all about it.
거기서 2차는 안 가고
I'm sure I'd find it fascinating.
1차에서 끝내고 그 2부에서도 이벤트 있는데 거기서도 1차로 끝냈거든요. 1부에서 2차까지 안 가면 2부에서도 2차까지 안 가져갔고 근데 뭐 지가 먼저 뭐 그 뭐지? 뭐 친구 이상 연인 미만인 뭐 그런 관계여서 뭐 기쁘다고 막 이런 식으로 말을 하는데 그게 그래서 그런가? 준 연인 취급 받은 건가? 되게 웃겨.
Cazador's mansion has become my palace and played host to every kind of banquet and soiree and masquerade imaginable.
위저드 소설어 배틀 재밌었는데.
Has seen its fair share of
저 그때 소설어였어.
clandestine deals and the occasional disappearance. Whatever it takes to build up my influence over those who matter. I'm spinning my web. Power grows slowly, but I have nothing but time now. Oh, I wouldn't say ruler. Any old fool can sit on the throne. I would be more of a puppet master. For all my freedom to walk in the sun, it's still much more fun to pull the strings of power from the shadows. But the important thing is I am doing wonderfully. Finally having a life that's worth living. And who knows what's next? There's an entire world out there.
사실 취해갖고 막 멍 때리는 것 같아요.
You see, this is why I always liked you. You can see the big picture. What needs to be done. I did miss you, you know.
그러게요.
There is a sense of
악성향 루트로 갔는데 얘는 악성향 루트로 가면은 얘가 좋아하는 원했던 방향으로 가는 거라서 그런가 봐.
adventure, you and I. And pity to see it end in some ways. But we have great new lives stretching out before us.
공식
And great new adventures to go on. I will never forget the time we
공식에
spent
있는
together.
세아였는데 얘가 찐년인 것 같아. 다크하우스 루트에서는 얘가 저거 같아.
Until next time, darling.
어느 루트로 가든 비난을 안 해갖고 얘는. 달리 아무한테나 달리. 진짜 취한 거 맞네. 또 왜 이런 대사로 부담스럽게 하는 거죠? 거기까지. 거기까지 제발 거기까지.
The Oak Father has been kind to me this past while. Yet I cannot forget the bond we all forged together. It is one that can weather any distance, any passage of time. I know it can, for I feel the longing for old friends in my heart each day.
뭐죠 이거?
I always do.
내가 안 깨는 걸 거절한다.
Doppelganger has taken my place.
다른 애는 반대로 말했는데 내가 뭐 안아달라고 하면 도플갱어라고. 아 자에이라는 그 할신하고 그 단체 야사 뜨는 거는 가능하대요. 애인이 시아랑 아스타리온이면은 얘랑 단체 야사 뜨는 거 가능하다고 하더라고. 근데 이거 얘네들하고 저거 아무 관계 아니었는데 왜 이렇게 되는 거야? 왜 이렇게 되는 거지?
We have much to catch up on. Do not allow me to ramble on. I am eager to hear all you've been doing.
저는 그거 한 번도 못 봤는데.
In that case, very well. Our community grows rapidly. In 6 months, we have turned what was once a shadowy wasteland into a true home for all. In another 6 months, I would wager the scars of the past will be entirely invisible, even to those who remember them. The old masonry of Moonrise Towers and Wraithwin have been repurposed into new homes, and the land is rich with harvests and bountiful trees. Nature and civilization are in harmony, stronger together.
이번 주에 아크오즈 끝내고 그 명예무드 도전해본 다음에 성커워즈 마무리하려고 했는데 다음 달로 미뤄야겠네요. 명예무드. 뭐라고?
My greatest purpose and greatest reward.
누구? 무슨
Those
애들?
children have been through more than fate had any right to cast at them, and yet they go on as
이러다가
resilient
진짜
as
도그마
anything
나올
in
때까지
nature.
명예무드 못 깰 것 같은.
I impart what knowledge I can to them, yet, in truth, They teach me far more. The land we saved is theirs, and they will cherish it. I'm
조금만
sure
2달 남았는데 큰일 났네.
Nathaniel and Oliver shall never want for friends again. Please spare no details. I shall not lie. I have an ulterior motive in wishing to hear all. It is the children, you see. My charges. Their appetite for bedtime tales is greater than I could ever have anticipated. Another story, Daddy Halsin. Another is the chorus that greets me each nightfall. They have all but exhausted my repertoire in but a few short months. No mean feat given the lifetime I have lived. I desperately need new material, please. My reputation is at stake. More than a few, I should think. At least I shall be equipped to explain the birds and the bees when the time comes. But I hope that time is quite a while off yet. You would ask to be tucked in next. But whatever the intrepid adventurer needed, I would have been glad to provide. I am all ears. Though I never cared for that phrase.
돌아가실 나이 되긴 했지. 정상진님 안녕하세요.
Image.
이런 시점에서도 기만을 나 기만숙련 버렸는데.
You are truly incapable of disappointing. The children shall be wrapped, and have no fear. All due credit shall be given to the tale's originator. Now, it would be cruel of me to hoard you all to myself for the evening.
배우
As
버렸는데.
much as I would like to. I shall leave you to the others for now.
왜 이렇게 다 미련을 못 버리는 거야, 애들이.
I spend half my days in ursine form. The children demand it. I had a score of them taking turns riding upon
애들 더
my
크면
back
할슨이
days
등에
ago.
올라타는 건가요?
I'm glad they are so comfortable with the Oakfather's creations. But they must learn that
몇 년 지나면
not
바뀌겠지.
all are as amiable as I am. A lesson for another time, though. They deserve some joy. As for roaming, that impulse has dwindled, I must admit. Perhaps because I have found where I am meant to be.
잡쓰기 할슨.
Quite often. They come and go as they please, but with so many playmates to avail of, they are far from strangers. They ask after you often. What you did for them will never be forgotten. I can see it in the land all around me. But more importantly, I see it in their faces whenever they visit. To make a child smile is to dabble with the power of gods as far as I'm concerned. As did I, but somehow I feel like I no longer need to roam. That I have found something worthy laying roots for. Amazing what can be discovered about oneself, even at a ripe old age. On occasion, but I prefer not to interfere. Francesca of the High Forest is Archdruid now, and by all accounts, she has proven to be a steady
걔 결말이 되게 다양하네요, 근데.
Even Korga may yet find true balance, thanks to her influence. By all means.
아니 왜? 뭔데? 아 미치겠어요. 치아랑 깨지니까 아무한테나 좀. 연애 깨진 남자애 진짜. 아 그만해.
Before you go,
아니 그만해.
I have something for you.
놔주질 않아.
Just a little keepsake, really. Do you remember how I told you I like to whittle? I made this.
대감기요?
Ducks are my
나 우리 좋아하는 거 어떻게 알아? 나도 우리가 제일 좋은데.
particularly fitting in this case. They are
다른 루트
migratory birds, of
보는 거야?
course, traveling far and wide with the turn of the seasons. Yet, they always find their way back to where they belong. Just like
내가
old
오리 좋아하는 건
friends
어떻게
find
알고
themselves
사실
back in each other's
올인이었으니까.
company. Just a token to remember me by. Now, I've taken up enough of your time. Go on. Enjoy the festivities. We can speak again later.
나무로 깎은.
I was hoping you'd make your way over. Gods, I must look a mess.
얌
I
바바리안이
just
들리네.
rolled out from under a pesky ogre when Withers yanked me in. Oh, I didn't mean. Well, I didn't mean that. I just gutted the ogre.
지옥에 지옥 안 갔구나.
How about I change the subject before I dig this hole any deeper?
3분인 빨리 끝낼 수 있어서 대감 그렇게 많이 안 해도 되긴 하는데.
The trolls I've torn open, the ghouls I've cleaved, the stories I've been itching to tell. I don't suppose you'd indulge me. Yes, but just the one, or I'll be
왜 다
yammering all
들려줘?
night. You want to hear about the
나 루다기 싫단
stegosaurus
말이야.
that bullied Candle Keep, the impossible lich, or the young dragon who crawled out of Deeping Cave? There are tales galore of a great green dragon called
요약을 못 하나 봐요.
Clogiliometer. Try saying that.
하나만 고르라고 하는 거 왜 요약을 못 하나 봐. 쟤 걔 고양이 아니야?
Whatever. Let's call
와,
it
게일 진짜
old
결말이 다양하네요, 되게. 미치겠다.
Turns out, old Norbone had kids. And
와, 저런 결말이 있을 줄 몰랐는데. 아, 미스트라 씹으면 저렇게 되는 거야. 미스트라 씹어본 사람.
The damn dragon had turned the place into
10년 전개가 설득 30짜리 통과해갖고 미스트라 만나지 말라고 했더니 저렇게 된.
He was a big boy, but still a young'un. A wonder of the skies, but a lumbering oaf on the ground. I tried a sly approach, but the whelp saw me coming and up it flew. Poison poured from
와,
its
이거
mouth
진짜
as it descended. I tumbled away.
이거 다 아크아즈에서만 진짜 애들 결말이 되게 웃겨.
I could have ended the battle there and then, but this was prey.
정리 좀 해봐야겠어. 완전 엉망이야 진짜.
The beast was a smoking heap of black-green scales once the battle was over. The elves and I sang songs.
게일 대신 게일 고양이를 드리겠습니다. 와, 저런 결말이 있을 줄은 몰랐네요, 진짜 게일.
She's kept her leash loose. Though I've been no stranger to the hells. Every target she's set me on's been a demonic intruder. Tenari assassins who slip into Avernus. Armonites that amass near the Styx. My next mark's the most challenging yet. Or so she says. I don't know much more. Only that it's no demon, but a devil. She's playing a game. I don't know what it is or how she plans to win, but I can tell you this much. I'd fall on my own blade and join the blood war in an instant should Zariel's hell-touched fingers stretch towards the coast. And as long as I'm more useful as a warlock, that's not a risk Mazora would take. I've seen him more than a few times, and he's as proud of me as I am of him. He's leading the city's renewal.
비주얼 노빌이라고 생각하시면 편해요. 저는 이 게임 선택지 이런 선택지 많은 게임 있으면 다 전개 다 보고 넘어가야 직성이 풀려갖고. 지금 다른 사람들이 한 5달이면은 4-5달이면 한 회차 10번은 돌렸을 것 같은데 저는 지금 2회차밖에 안 됐어요. 그 2회차 내에서도 막 분기 여러 개로 막 세이브 다 나눠갖고 그거 다 보려고 해갖고 아마 2달 더 한 달은 더 걸릴 것 같은데 다 보려면. 진도가 안 나가. 다른 사람들 명예 모드 다 깨고 있는데 저는 아직 여기 묶여갖고. 근데 진짜 이런 거 못 넘어가. 게다가 저 원래 다른 게임 할 때 더빙 다 안 되는데 이 게임은 더빙까지 다 들어가지고 다른 사람들 20회차 돌렸을 시점에 저는 2회차 2회차도 2-1회차, 2-2회차, 2-3회차, 2-4회차 막 이래고.
Valor is found not in the wounds you inflict, but in the lives that you have bettered. May they all take it to heart. I wish you'd been there to join in. Oh, to battle together, just like the old days.
저도 이 게임 이렇게 오래 하게 될 줄은
Suppose
몰랐네.
that's my way of saying I miss you. Tonight, I toast not just the people we've become, but the people we were. Warriors, winners, saviors. I've missed you too.
호감도 마이너스 30이었는데.
The rush of battles we fought, the heart-to-hearts, the nights around the fire.
아, 성크하우스에서도 할 거 많아갖고 잠수함도 가야 되고 공장도 가야 되고.
If I had to do it all over again, and I'd rather not, to be clear. I can't imagine not having you at my side. Go on, the night's young. You shouldn't waste a moment of it. Or waste a single drop of wine for that matter. I plan on downing half a bottle myself. Oops, did I say half a bottle? I meant half a dozen.
Ah, it's the star of the show. Our humble protagonist who forsook
자꾸 저 게일 고양이 수성강 따르는 거.
Our skeletal friend will be very pleased to see I found my way here, despite my invitation.
그러니까 그냥 불청객이란 소리네요.
Always,
11렙이요.
my friend. But the villain I must needs slay today is my greatest yet. A deadline. You won't be surprised
그러게요.
to find I'm soon to publish a little holiday
이게
read
9월부터
about
시작하긴 했는데
adventures
9월에는
together.
이렇게 적응 안 돼갖고 좀 띄엄띄엄했었는데 10월부터는 이제 이 게임만 했음. 11, 12일 4달째 하고 있는.
Help me with the title, though. I'm considering the
축하드립니다.
hero and me. What do you think?
제가 더 감사드리죠.
Come now, you don't want to be seen as a mere sequel.
제가 스피드런을 요즘 안 하고 있어갖고 얘 때문에. 진짜 봐주셔서 감사합니다.
Or better yet, I'll write a draft and you can just sign your
내가 써도
name.
될 것 같은데 나
Better
받은.
still, I'll sign it for you. Ah, your success really has been wonderful for my reputation. But you mustn't let me hog your attention all night, my friend. You've many friends to chat to, and I'd love to listen in.
말 안 통할 것 같네. 그럼. 아니구나.
Hello. Yes, I'm certain it is. As for you, well,
게일이 없어져갖고 게일 고양이를 보내줘.
You helped Mr. Dicarios save Baldur's Gate from the Absolute, isn't that right? I can almost feel Gale here.
게일 마지막 멤버로
Among his friends.
데려가서 그런지 더 짠하네요.
Some part of him remains, doesn't it? That's good. We should miss him.
게일 진짜 예상치 못한 결과 계속 나오네. 결말 되게 다양하네.
My little love. Oh, what I wouldn't give to snuggle up on his lap one more time. Just once would do. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Unless, well,
이제 고양이한테까지 손길을 뻗치는.
idea. Gale would be
애인하고 깨져갖고 이제 이제
made friends, wouldn't he?
아무나 다 만지고 다니. 저거 근데 아까워지 표정. 나 어색해. 어색. 저 만지는 거예요, 저거?
Perhaps you'd be willing
맨날
to
고양이 다람쥐 이런 데들 발로 차고 다니다가 그냥
misses him so.
그냥
And I know
쓰담쓰담 하려니까 안 되나 봐.
world of good to discuss her son with someone who knew him as he was.
동물들 죽이는 것만 하고 다니다가.
Jolly good. I'll tell Mrs. Dicarios to be expecting you. Oh, she'll be delighted. Things just haven't been the same without himself cluttering up the place. Enjoy your party, dear. I've heard you quite deserve a celebration.
얘 만나지도 못했네 그러고 보니까 저거 아크워즈에서 그냥 빨리빨리 진행하느라고 얘 보지도 못했네. 3부에서 볼 수 있는데. 얘 또 뭐야? 아 스타리온이야. 박지영 때려 날았다. 왜 무슨 박지지? 아스타리.
Mercy's secret to be
아
heard.
미치겠다. 박지로 나와.
Such a pity.
그냥 빨리 끝내려면은 그냥 빨리 끝낼 수도 있는데 빨리 끝내려면 진짜 빨리 끝낼 수 있긴 있어요. 근데 저 이전개 저전개 다 보고 있어갖고 그런 거. 아 진짜 박쥐로 변신해서 막 날아다니는. 웬 박쥐지 했는데 아 스타. 얘 누구야? 스크래치랑 말이 통하나? 아 레이저 저기 짱 박혀 있었네.
There's something strange in your old friend's mouth. What is it?
아 왜 또 저런 표정? 언더다크 놀라셨죠? 그 언더다크 말고 다른데 산길이라고 또 있어요. 지상 맵 있고 이제 언더다크. 나 표정 왜 이래?
He wants you to throw the object he's dropped.
언더다크
But it isn't a ball.
언더다크도 놀랍지만 그 산길도 놀라워요. 이거 동물 영역 이 시점에서는 못 써갖고 아쉽네요. 말이 안 통해가지고.
He whines. Let's talk. More throw.
원래는 던지라고 하는데 자리를 또 많이 컸네. 빨리 크네. 곧 얘 둘이 보니까 집사 코 생각나.
He looks coyly at the ground, suddenly shy. He snaps the air and wiggles. He's either miming fighting a many-limbed creature or dancing. It's unclear. He is, however, exhausted. He's had plenty of adventures without them.
얼베어 스크래치한테도 편지 써서 오라고 한 거야? 뭐라고? 아 할신하고 잘못 봐서 할신하고 같이 할래로 봤어. 곰과 아울베어.
Owlbear's eyes is clear. He longs
좋아하네요.
to have a
이쁜
home.
사랑하세요.
And Halsin is perfect.
적임자 맞지? 곰과 아울베어. 아 스토리 미치겠다.
We've already had one heart-to-heart. Best to leave it at that.
왜
Don't
자꾸
you think?
박지로
I'm not sure I can manage another bout of sentimentality.
박쥐 진짜 미치겠다. 아 레이즈.
Old friend, I thought slaying Vlaakith's hunters in the cliffs of Sword's Teeth might be
하늘님
the
안녕하세요.
month's pinnacle. But I was wrong. Being right here, with you, is an infinitely greater pleasure.
탈랑기 레이즈. 제 설득에 의해서 3번이나 경로를 바꾼. 다 30살이었던 것 같은데 그거.
Were it not for you,
쑤시는 거요?
I
곰이.
might not have known the value of partnership, connection. I found new allies now. New friends. People I trust and who trust me in return. We've heard word of a Githyanki outpost hidden deep in Chult, the last of Vlaakith's Sword Coast strongholds. We need
칼라크는
to
못
slay
오네요.
every last Sarth in Kithrak. Perhaps the Challenger of
칼라크는 안
Gods
보네.
would care to join us. You always did have a great fire in your belly. I'm glad to see you have kept it kindled. Now go, mingle while you can, That's the word, right? Mingle? There is plenty of time yet for slicing scalps and tasting blood.
편지 왜 이렇게 많아? 나 길드 가지도 않았는데 이번에? 밀버지도 편지 써주시네요. 이거 아카우즈 루트로 와갖고 그게 많이 없을 줄 알았는데. 뼈다귀 인간. 뼈다귀 아저씨 할아버지도 아니고 뼈다귀 인간. 수염인가? 이게 만나지도 않았는데 3부에서는 어떻게 다 알고 나한테 편지를 보내네.
Seems like a century ago that we were all together, but also like no time's passed at all. I don't know how to explain it.
3부에서 다 씹고 온 애들이 저한테 편지를 보내네. 그 아스타리온한테 저거 자기 물어달라고 한 그 여잔데 말투가 똑같네요, 아스타리온하고. 뭐야, 바커스 저거 버그 걸려갖고 영입 못했는데. 아, 살아는 있었구나. 증발해갖고 어떻게 됐는지 궁금했는데. 게일한테 썼는데 엘미스터가 게일이 죽은 거를 모를 리가. 엘미스터 사페네. 황제도 편지를 썼어? 네, 외계인이에요.
New days, old friends. There's no greater joy.
내가 안 죽여도 알아서 죽는구나, 애들. 남은 애들. 쿠오토와 회 논란. 머리 쿠오토와 회 논란. 2차원이니 촉발한 고통. 발더스 게이트 기스양키 전쟁에 휘말리나? 안 그래도 딱 외계인인 거 나오네요. 아, 민스크 죽었네. 안 구해줘갖고. 자에이라 민스크 자에이라는 2부에서 죽었고, 자에이라 안 데리고 가면은 민스크도 죽어갖고 제가 죽여야 돼갖고 아예 그쪽으로 안 갔는데 죽는 걸로 나오네.
Withers has laid out quite a spread of food, for one comprising mostly of bone.
이렇게 하면 컬러크 나오나?
Perhaps he wishes to live vicariously through the attendees' appetites.
네, 유저 패치 시절부터
Thou
그랬었어요.
feelst it still. She is not here. She who was
컬러크
the
얘긴가 보네.
boldest. Hast thy thoughts been with brave Karlach often? She would not come. Truly, most of the time it was she who was strong for thee. Didst thou not employ her ever to carry all of thine loot? It is said that mortals require
칼라크랑 연애하다가
that it is the antidote to
양다리 걸치다가
darkest hours.
섀도우아트로서 어색했는데 또 아크어즈로 하니까 또 이렇게 되니까 또 진짜 막장이네요.
In but a dozen 10 days, an entire life.
아 그냥 죽은 걸로 처리된 거야? 지옥 간 것도 아니고?
More than mortal years. Mortal
아 그냥 죽었나 봐.
were hers. Thy band, thy bond, gave that life to her. Not like thou wert her kin. It was written in her heart.
이게 지옥 가봐야겠다 이제 같이. 어차피 수야랑 깨졌으니까.
In the fugue plain, her soul burns so bright, it pains the gods to look upon.
저 진짜 이거 루트별로 애들 운명 어떻게 됐는지 그거 다 정리 좀 해봐야겠어. 표로 만들어봐야겠어. 아 진짜 웃기네.
What indeed? Prick up thy ears and listen.
미더스 엔딩.
The balance of the world restored. The balance of these lives, mortal and otherwise, brought to account. Hear me, thou heroes, wastrels, friends. I have waited long to tell you these words. It is over. For now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself, but for every thread you sewed, so did the gods unravel another. Sleep, rest, revel, but be ready. For thou mayst yet be needed. Until we meet again, I wish thee every possible fortune,
음식 준비 미더스가 한 거야?
wealth, love, and above all, problems worth solving.
벌레 없는데 와 변하는 잠소리.
To you.
아 그렇게 뭐 얘기했어요? 저 바드 저기 있네.
There thou art, the dead three. Thy faces gods, thy actions barely worthy of the name. Didst truly believe thy ploy would succeed? Didst believe I would not notice? Thou sought to bolster thy strength by taking away the souls of mortals. But souls
이래갖고 바알 처진 루트로 갔을 때 에필로그 보는 방법이 1, 2시즌 되는 거라고 하던데.
Didst think the other gods
바알 처진 루트로 가면은 다 망해갖고 배드 엔딩이고 이것도 야영지도 안 나오는데 야영지 부르면 마인드 플레이어도 있는 방법밖에 없는 것 같더라고.
Fools, everyone. The supplication of Bane, the whimper of Baal, the death mule of Merkel. Felled by mortals. I overestimated thee. They did not. Vermin, away. Thou wilt trouble us no more.
저기 걸춤으로 만든 거 아니야 근데? 신으로 만든 거 쟤잖아. 자기가 저렇게 만들어 놓고서는 왜? 어디서부터 해야 돼? 호이 호이.
And in spite of your resistance to evolution, I'm glad you think so. I did my best.
The Githyanki departed. Speaking of...
The Netherbrain is dead. To slay a Geich was my... I've suffered so many bruises, bore so many blows, all to earn Vlaakith's favor. Yet, it's this vexing, excruciating, phenomenal world that I can't resist. Vlaakith will call for my head. The Kithraki will chase me to every corner of Terrell. Let them. Now, I hunt prey on my own terms and spill blood of my
내가 가라고 했으면 갔겠지?
I need not be
팔랑귀 진짜.
for I am born anew.
With the Githyanki god, but it seems that
the crown. If I salve with the crown, I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. Why should I? Mistra has dictated the terms of my potential for long enough. The crown would grant me control of my own destiny at last. Think of all I could achieve. All that I could grant to those whose ambitions are restrained by Mistra's yoke. I could raise a new
근데 자기가 생각해도 아니었나 봐요.
right here in Faerun. It seems that we've come to an impasse. I stand on the threshold of divine ascension, and you would try to keep me grounded. It's not your fault. I can hardly expect you to understand. But nor will I relinquish this chance because you're unwilling to imagine a world where I succeed. Ah, I will never forget.
I swear, you ascend to unprecedented power one time, and then suddenly everyone's doomed.
황사 아직 있었네?
I do wonder how he'll fare when Mistra decides to crush him. It could be quite the show. But enough about the wizard. Let's talk about us.
What comes now? I cannot remember the last time we did not have a grand.
아마 제가 다시 가라고 했으면 갔을 것 같아요. 하슨이랑 혼자 손잡고 있는 것 같아.
True, we have served our respective purposes. We're free to go wherever we wish.
So, how'd I... You can't... All right. We have to go. Now.
위까지 같이 끌고 가는 건 어떻게 하는 거야? 윌도 같이 끌고 갈 수 있다고 하던데.
It's over. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, you have earned your place amongst the legends of the sword. You are the savior.
둠스 게이트.
Well, soldier.
윌도 같이 데리고 와서 3인칭을 할 수 있다고 하던데. 어떻게 하는지 모르겠어.
It worked. My engines calmed down.
나 저 멍자국 좀 없애주면 안 돼요? 저 안 맞았는데 왜 자꾸 멍자국 계속 있는
This isn't
거야?
going to be easy, you know. Zariel's going to come at us with everything she's got. Gods.
진짜 둠 같네.
Work. They'll be on us soon. But there's just enough time. Thought I was done with these.
연애는 칼라크가 이겼네요.
But then there was you.
와 연애 진짜 왔다 갔다 하네. 양다리 걸치다가 시야로 가려고 했다가 차 때문에 깨져갖고 뒤에랑 완전 왔다 갔다. 아 근데 이거 막보 잡고 이렇게 돼갖고 쓸 타이밍이 없었어요. 막보 잡고 나서 계속 이렇게 돼갖고 막 올챙이 막 없어지면서 막 멍들었다고 막 나오는데. 위까지 같이 끌고 오고 싶었는데. 이러면 에필로그 안 나오나? 칼라크가 이겼네요. 칼라크 따라가면 칼라크가 최후의 승자네.
When the invitation came, you were hip deep.
지옥 갔을 때는 나레이션이 다르네. 미치겠다 진짜.
Cutting through the dreadful buzz of the wasps.
이러면은 쟤랑 칼라크랑 이어진 걸로 되는 건가?
Comforting voice.
위로 딛고 있네요, 제가. 지옥에서 지옥으로 쫓았죠.
Requested your attendance in Faerun to gather with your friends.
칼라크가 이겼네.
Those who
칼라크
stood
해피.
against the absolute at your side.
근데 잠깐 그러더라고.
From the blood war. A few hours of respite with the stars above.
레이오님
Good
안녕하세요.
company to cheer you.
와 진짜 아크워즈를 다 에필로그 다 꼬여.
For a few short hours, but it might burst with joy to see those friends again.
Thou wert called here, some from above, some
아 저거 다른 엔딩 봐도 저러더라고요. 저 야영지 소환 야영지 로딩하는 거라서.
The wheel of fate.
가속 풀려가지고. 아크워즈 비초젠 칼라크. 마그마 있었나요? 그 지옥 로딩하고 있었나봐요. 얘네 여기서도 저러면 또 웃기겠네. 칼라크랑이 먼저 얘기해봐요.
Now there's a face I can...
Oh shit. Oh my god. He wasn't kidding. With us, you mad bastard! You brought us back! Commander Zula won't know where the fuck we went!
줄라사령관.
Oh man, I can't wait to say hi to everyone. Look at them, the beauts. Rest up, soldier. My tin can will be alright for the night. And you and me will get to sleep with both eyes shut for the first time in 6 months. every time.
진짜 아까 완전 개막장인 전개 다 꼬여가지고. 바알처제 루트에서 나왔던 엔딩이 진짜 웃겼는데. 카라크랑 지옥 갔는데 막 갑자기 지상으로 막 스폰 돼갖고 막 배드 엔딩 뜨고. 진짜 웃겼는데.
She's got a knight in her, I think. Any trouble and I'll toddle back off to hell quick as you
근데 이
please.
야영제에서 아무하고나 안고 다니더라고요.
Here, here. Enjoy it, soldier. You've earned it.
막 전개가 막 이상하게 꼬여가지고.
Oh, hey. Before you go, I've been thinking about those blueprints.
저는 막 저거 감옥 간다고 했는데
got a load of Cambions guarding that forge.
감옥 간다고 했다가 이제 칼라크 불타길래 그냥 같이 지옥 따라갔는데 갑자기 다시 그 인간계 감옥으로 막 스폰돼갖고 막 이상하게 되고 그랬어요.
Not sure she'll help us, but maybe. We might get to come home permanently. Maybe even sooner than we
그거
think.
영상 따로 잘라서 좀 봐야겠어. 저도 좀 그 남겨놔야겠어요. 제가 보기에 진짜 완전 개막장점. 아니 저거 진짜 이상하게 나오고 전기가. 나는 여기 간다고 했는데 왜 저기서 스폰되고 뭐 자요?
You made it. Lady Shah smiles on us.
이러면 칼라크 샤도하트 둘 다 행복한 엔딩이네요. 나름.
Lady Shah's blessings to you. Or perhaps you don't need them. You look very apt choice of words. But
옷은
it
이쁘네
doesn't
그래도.
just go for me. Lady Shah's entire church prospers. The Absolute washed the Sword Coast with blood and
어떻게 보면
tears.
진정한 양다리네요.
It is now fertile ground for her message to flourish.
둘 다 만족시켰네요, 저.
Broken hearts, shaken faiths, refugees without homes, former cultists. You should see how they flock to us. We spread like the night sky chasing the sun. You did, and I'll be forever grateful. Perhaps one day, you may open your eyes to her wisdom yourself. But even if you do not, I shall make sure that the sharp edge of her spreading gospel does not trouble you. But enough of that. I won't have it said that I'm not capable of enjoying a fine night with good company. Tell me what you've been busy. Careful you don't pull a muscle. I'm not there
이번에
to
차
nurse you
시야
back to
힐 한
health.
번도 안 했던 것 같은.
I suppose you'll be keen to, but don't be such a stranger either in future. You know where to find me. I would that I could. But this is my life now. Lady Shah must come first. Luckily for both of us, I'm
이렇게 돼도 하긴
like a rare
하는구나.
vintage. I suppose you may.
이렇게 돼도 하긴 하네. 칼라크랑 가도.
I won't forget that in a hurry. Which is truly saying, what, a show of sincere affection? You're lucky none of my followers are around to witness this. Come here. Let's keep that our special secret. I have a all-consumed. Simplicity is a luxury that what transpired was some. They can challenge me on the matter.
야 윌이구나. 아 윌이 숨쉬네.
Gods, that must look a mess.
야영제는 좁아서 어차피 술어도 다 알아요 사람들이.
Oh, I didn't mean. Well, it's so the trop. I don't suppose you didn't. You want to hear about the Stegosaurus? It did, though the adventure had peaceful beginnings, as so many often do. I'd made camp south of Daggerford. The night was calm, lit by the green lanterns.
살을 믿는 것도 사람이 아니죠.
I was about to dig into a hearty stew when it began. A deluge of bones.
아무튼 이러면 칼라크랑 섀도우한테 둘 다 만족하는 엔딩일까요?
Skulls, knuckles, ribs rained
얘
down
본인은
on me.
어떤지 모르겠지만.
I shielded myself with armor of Agathis and made for the light. The bones clumped and clattered into unspeakable aberrations. I cast and carved until I reached the light. I found no
아가티스가
but
붙으니까
a sickly
전에
green lich. Each fallen bone was a
이부할
shard of
때
its essence. An
그
impossibility.
동료들 다 죽여야 되는 상황이 있었는데 야영지에서 그때 윌 혼자 랩 1위였는데 그때 아가티스가 뭐 쓰면서 혼자 막 애처롭게 버티던 거
By
생각나요.
morning, the fields were buried in shards of bone. The liches included.
다른 애들은 저랑 좀 레벨이 비슷했는데 얘만 1렙이었어갖고 혼자 아가티스가 쓰면서 1렙으로 버티는데 뭐.
I wish you'd been there. But the people we were. The likes of Baines, with his valor, may they all take it. And as long as I go on, always to.
미스트라 씹으면 저렇게 되는 거야. 여신 역시 신을 씹으면 안 되는.
Yet these past 6 months, we have all pined for each other's company, I sense.
I
cannot imagine otherwise after what we shared. That bond was forged in a... I know it can. For I feel the longing for old friends in my heart each day. And who's to say we need to make such gatherings a rare occasion?
아직도 작업권.
My hearth is yours to warm yourself beside always. Now, we have much to catch up on. Do not allow... Please, spare that. They have all but exhausted my repertoire in but a few short... More than a few, I should think. At least I shall be equipped to... You would ask to be tucked in next. I am all ears. Though I never cared for that. I am glad you and Karlak have an enduring friendship. It shall serve as a strong lesson for the children, as well as a stirring tale. Now, it would be cruel of me to hoard you all to myself for the evening, as much as I would like to, on occasion, but even Korga may yet find truth. Our community, the old masonry of Moonrise Towers and Rythwin, in a manner of speaking, we welcome folk from all walks of life. Anyone, you are welcome whenever you like. And for as for roaming, they are to make a child as always.
눈은 왜 감아요? 그냥 저러는 건데 왜 눈을 왜 감아?
If only we could stay like that forever.
그만해.
Before you go. Yet, no, it's wooden. I suppose it burns
지옥 가면
if you
타는 거
find
아니에요?
yourself in dire need of kindling, but just a token.
두가 아니라 두네. 부치기도 죽었나 그러면?
But I was
지옥을
wrong.
걷는지.
Were it not... I don't suppose you'd consider fleeing. You say stuck, and still you stay. Your devotion to Karlak knows
야,
no
나는 안 묶인
bounds.
몸이야?
Nor, it seems, does your fortitude. You impressed me from the beginning, you know. It was my own foolish pride that ever kept me from admitting it. To you, or myself. I just wanted you to know that. Now, we'll meet again. The hells are too small to contain a soul as tremendous as yours.
미스트한테 안 갔더니 이렇게
Where? So, how are you enjoying the... The feeling is extremely mutual, my dear. This plane is so very... dull without you. Cazador's and I'm spinning my web. Power growth try to wound me all you like, but I'm so much better than he ever was. I achieved what he only dreamed about. And now my ambitions can take me anywhere I want. But the important thing is I am doing wonderfully. Finally having a life that's worth living. And who knows what's next? There's an entire world out there. Ready. I appreciate your candor. Even if you couldn't be more wrong. You know, I did miss you. You were never afraid to stand up to me. Now, almost everyone is. We did share a wonderful adventure, you and I, but I will never forget. Until next.
I'll admit it. I miss the sounds of the wilderness at night. You simply don't get that in the city. I suppose you may. Now that's how you celebrate.
It smells so good here.
A beautiful night. I wish it could last forever.
I could eat a beholder. What's cooking?
자이라 민스크.
Let's have some courage.
No! Resist.
And thus, I honor my mother's legacy.
The brain is on the cusp, but
It can be ours, my love. The whole world. We only have to take it.
hopes, nightmares, and the screams of legions upon legions of unborn lipids. The pain rips through you, obliterating all thought, all feeling. Your tadpole burns in your brain. Silence. For the first time in a long time. Everything you did, everything you sacrificed.
My powers, they're...
We did it. I can't feel the tadpole. Not that there's necessarily...
Even when my time in the prism stretched out like eternity, when escape seemed impossible, I never lost hope. I knew that my destiny was to liberate my people. I was wrong. It seems I can only fulfill one part. You helped me destroy that abode. But first, carry my hope. Carry my burden.
It will be done.
Enough talk. Give me... Yes, my mind screams. The rest, it give me my freedom from this form. Release my soul to the astral seas, while I still have one to call my own. Perhaps you are right. I may not be the one to lead my people, but I can still bear witness to their glory. I shall find a place for myself in a corner of these realms, for even in darkness, you were a worthy ally.
Kulos!
I can never forget you. Your name will be etched in our slates. You will be called Mlagir, Liberator.
To the skies!
세상할 정도로 멀쩡한 낚싯대. 낚싯대 왜 이렇게 멀쩡해?
The Githyanki are departing in peace. Curious sight.
With the Githyanki gone, but it seemed...
The crown. If I sal with the crown, I would be more than the greatest wizard. Want? Mistra has think of all I could achieve. All that I could... I thought you were... Seems that it's not your... Ah.
Better for the world not to find out at all, I think. And certainly better for Gale that Mistra does not. But... he set himself on his path.
We have our own next steps to think on.
So,
There is much to do. But a drink might be nice. A seat would be better.
There are fallen to honor as well. So many that we may never learn all of their names. But that is no reason not to try.
It's over. You, who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, there will be... You have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You are...
it feels so good. Freedom. True freedom. Finally, I can feel my strength growing. Every day that passes, I gain new abilities. You know, now that our enemies have fallen, I might be the most powerful person in the world. And that makes us the most powerful couple in the world.
이거 승천한 거 비승천한 거 둘 다 만들어놨어.
And neither would I.
이거는
Together, we can do anything.
이거는 9패치에서 했을
The
때라서.
world is
이
ours
아이언스
for
에필로그를 못
taking.
봐서.
So, what would you like?
얘 저거 아스타리온 개인 퀘를 마지막에 깨가지고 저거 별로 되감기 많이 안 했어.
Then you shall. We'll travel the lands together, tasting everything Faerun has to offer. Perhaps we'll find somewhere we'd like to stay for a century or two. Perhaps not. We have a beautiful, bloody future to look forward to, my love. I can't be sure what it holds for us, but I know one thing. This is going to be fun!
6 months from the fall of the Netherbrain, you and Astarion were hosting a grand masquerade in the refurbished ballroom of Cazador's palace. A young elf wearing an ivory mask in the guise of a skinless skull.
해골 변장을 하고 상하가면을 쓴 젊은
crowd. An invitation written in a frail hand, inviting you to a gathering of the friends and allies who stood
무조건 이 옷 입고 나오나 보네.
against the absolute.
레이즈 영체로 왔네요. 게이라고 레이저를 영체로 왔네.
Starting to wonder if you'd show up. Honestly, so have I. Well, come here, will you? It's been forever. You feel a little more substantial than before. Less camping and scrounging off the land, I take it? I'm not entirely sure I'd agree. In fact, I found a nice meadow not far from where I live now. Every now and again, I'll spend the night there. For old time's sake. I'm glad you seem well. truly. Wandering, mostly. The adventuring life is almost a tonic when you're not constantly threatened by brain monsters and cultists. I can finally see the world beyond the cloister.
부모님 돌아가신 루트하고 살아계신 루트하고 또 세이브 또 미치겠다 진짜.
One of my first stops was the House of the Moon in Waterdeep. It's the largest temple of Selûne in existence. It seemed like the perfect spot to reflect on my parents, on where they came from. And where I came from too, I suppose. Hard to imagine, isn't it? Me, of all people, in the lair of the Moon Witch herself. Gods, your truest act of heroism was putting up with all that char and drivel I was spouting for so long. Well, I know they are.
샤 말고 셀룬에 데려가라고 생각.
Sense them, I think. And one day we'll be reunited. Well, I've had run-ins with my former fellow Sharans on a couple of occasions.
레이젤은 끝에 가서
Word
막
seems
완전
to have
막판에 가서
spread
바꿀
of
수도
what
있긴
happened
한데
at
얘는
Cloister.
그게 안 돼가지고.
Now other chapters of Shar worshippers see me as a prime target to offer up to their lady as a sacrifice. Don't worry. I know their tired old tricks better than anyone. They'll need more than a hooded cloak and
녹턴이
poison
알려주나
blade
보네.
to best me. Especially when I have a friend on the inside keeping me abreast of their predictable little plans.
차 교단에서 녹턴이를 놔두네요.
None other. The matter of her faith and allegiances remains complicated, let's say. But she is still my oldest friend. I have hopes that perhaps she might turn from Shah entirely given time. But that's a decision she will have to make for herself. If that day comes, I'll be ready. Must I? You presume a great deal. I'm joking. Of course I want to know. Tell me all. As am I. It's well deserved. And I dare anyone to argue otherwise. Hopefully these meetups will become a regular occurrence. I'm sure we will, but let's be proactive about it all the same. We're more than capable. After all, we've faced down bigger threats than wrangling together a few social calendars. Don't be a stranger.
How much farther can I go?
Well now, you can make yourself presentable when you have a mind to. An unworthy one. Forgive me. I am simply excitable. It is good to be out under an open sky once more. My first, since the reconstruction began. We left quite a mess behind. But the city begins to look something like itself once more. Same twisting alleys for purse pickers. Same wooden buildings ready to get burnt by next year's dragon. Same cisterns overflowing. Huh. Baldurians simply get on with it. Stubbornness, civic spirit, plain stupidity. Perhaps all three. But nothing I will sniff at any longer. Harpers. Heck, my own son, Jord, has been wooed to their ranks. Already he plans crop cycles in Worm's Crossing. Not so for my daughter. Ryan's rejoined the Flaming Fist. Temporarily, you understand. To organize the craftsmen. Though she spends more time locking up comrades for pocketing aid funds. They might learn a thing or two, if they don't expel her. Again. There is still much to do. For all your travels, I hope you have arrived where you want to be. Home. Ah, sentiment. With the greatest affection, I can think of better ways to sour our stomachs. I must inspect the refreshments.
Gods, I must look a mess. I didn't mean. It's so the trolls.
오거 언니.
The good. I don't suppose. I won't lie. Losing the eldritch blasts and the hexes took some getting used to. Nothing but void.
엘블이 좋긴
where
하지.
once there was hellfire. So
워락은
I
엘블.
stoked new fires in myself using the lessons my
엘블이
father
90%.
once taught me. Now, the Blade of Frontiers is a ranger.
왜 또 레이저 해보네.
A true hunter of monsters. That ranger's left a mountain of corpses in his wake, and collected a tale or two. Yes, you want to hear about the Stegosaurus? Wizards have a
지옥가든
penchant for
아니든
unusual
똑같네요
pets.
성격은.
A flying cat, delightful.
똑같은 얘기야.
A menagerie of dinosaurs.
다 지어낸 얘기인가? 레이저 좋긴 하죠.
The wizard in question was called Ryland. Had a half. Did you know? Ryland sure didn't. Young Ryland cast in large on it. Stegos may not have much taste for meat, but they've got. The ground shook as it chopped. I plunged a blade into the. I've missed you too. Though, if I had to do it all over again, and go on, always to sing.
You made it! You would think someone of my vintage would be inured to the passage of time. Yet these past 6 months... Perhaps that is so for you, but for me... It may be that a peaceful life after so many years of I dwell upon what we shared. I know it can. For I feel the longing for... Now, we have much to catch up, please. They have all but exhausted me. You would ask to be... More... I am all ears. Though I never cared for that. I am glad you have kept... Now, it would be cruel of me to hoard you all to myself for the evening. Before you go... Yet, they always find their way back to where... Well, that is your choice to make, of course. Though I hope the sentimental value may win out over the temptation of a few coppers. Now, I...
Goodness. Is Faerun always so dull?
좀비 같아.
Still, at least the company was worth the trip, if not the view. Not to be overly pedantic, but they are my powers now. I imagine you're wondering how all this came to be. The finer points of divine ascension are beyond mortal comprehension, I'm afraid, but I can provide a rudimentary sequence of events. First, I retrieved the crown of Karsus and reforged it using a series of precise and highly complex Netherese incantations. Then, I used it. As you know, the orb within me was the half-formed Karsite Weaver. Magic left incomplete by Karsus' self-destruction. I finished it. Using the crown of Karsus, I turned it into a new form of magic, fused with my being, driven by my purpose. And then I put it to work. As expected, Mystra was unwilling to hand over the reins of the weave, so... I've claimed dominion over another area which I've...
이거 나이트선 같아. 피부 갈라진 거 보면.
Ambition.
그런 식으로 영역을 적어 기자가 전리품을 낭비한.
Mortals and their jokes.
아, 근데 전리품 몇 개나 먹은 거야? 그 녹템 귀에 쓸 시절에 녹템 몇 개나 먹은 거야?
Great as the heights I've reached thus far may be, I've not forgotten my humble origins. In fact, they're central to my doctrine. Those drawn to the Galarian Creed merely seek my guidance as the impressive, all-powerful being I've become. Ambition is about beginnings. It's not just about the heights, but the lows that precede them. I was nothing. Drifting dust mote of a wizard, abandoned by my goddess, my powers lost, my reputation destroyed. And look at me now. I'm their proof. proof their hopes are not barren wastes, but the loamy soil in which their future achievements will flourish. Proof that with ambition, anything is possible. And while I will be, quite literally, eternally grateful for your assistance, that's not quite the truth. I'm the one who dredged up the crown, who dared to defy his goddess and claim a place in the heavens. I earned this. I am ambition incarnate.
야망의 신이 됐군.
As indistinguishable from that most potent sensation as Mistra herself is from the weave. And word is spreading. There are already several shrines in my honor scattered across the outer reaches of Thay, and rumors of a very prominent temple under construction in Arm. This is only the beginning. I believed in you for so much of our journey. It's a pity you won't do me the same courtesy. I suppose it was foolish to expect a mortal to understand. A bold decision. You mortals do.
쓴 지 얼마나 됐다고.
Well, there, the god of ambition, Carsus himself. He and his big
주빈님 안녕하세요.
wasn't like this. He recognized his mistakes. He was contrite. All he wanted to do was live. Unfortunately, he fell into company that
아무 짓도 안
turned his
했는데?
gaze toward foolishness. Yes.
이 말리는 선택지 어디서 뜨는 건지 모르겠어.
But it would make everything so
그게
much
제
easier.
왕관 포기하게 만드는 선택지가 뭔지 모르겠어.
To stop him. Not really. Once he'd decided to learn nothing from his mistakes, what use were either of our protests? Perhaps you'd be willing to come meet Gale's
엄마도 있었어? 와, 엄마 있는 캐릭이 있어? 턴데스
She
게임이?
misses him so.
엄마가 있는데도
And I
저래?
know it would do her heart a
와, 이거
world
엄마
of
있는 캐릭
good
귀한데 턴데스 게임에서.
discuss her son with someone who
와,
knew
엄마가
him
있어.
as he was. Jolly good. I'll tell Mrs. to enjoy your party.
Bold.
Defeat him once more.
Still, I mustn't frighten him with my newfound powers.
디엔젤로님
Old
안녕하세요.
friend. For 2 months I trained the Knights of the Comet. To see your face, it brings me even more pleasure than taking a Royal Inquisitor's head. We've spilled blood, gained a foothold in the Astral, but still we need allies. And one
영체로라도 우네.
Zerith Minyaragith. Not a what, but a who. The immortal god king of the Githzerai. An exiled people. Once kin with mine, until the madness of civil war ripped our one sky into 2. Algish sent word of the rebellion to Minyaragith through the cosmos. He's agreed to parley. It's fallen to me to secure an alliance. Exactly the reaction I expected. My blade as keen as ever. But it was you who showed me that proper victory doesn't always require a razor-sharp edge. Sometimes a sincere plea is more persuasive than a
그래갖고 저렇게 설득 30짜리에 3번 왔다 갔다 한 거야?
Minyaragith is an ascetic. He reached out in good faith. This is his way. It is in this spirit that I must meet him. And if I am a warrior of the comet, my people... But you've heard that refrain before. Zealous, I suppose it is. It's taken a dozen Gish's talents. Worth it, I'd say. More to the point, I missed you. But I'll be back to see you again when the comet has risen. As surely as Kalir will forever...
How have our dear friends been without us to guide and protect them? Really? Are you sure? I was certain they'd be half dead and begging us to take them back. Well, miracles never cease. Still, it is good to see them. And good for them to see us, side by side, flourishing. We do turn every head the moment we walk into a room, and rightly so. I may have power, but it would be nothing without you. You
와 사과 엄청 큰데 자이라 사과 훔치는 거 봐 큰 거.
We are unstoppable.
사과 훔쳐갔어.
So, heavens help the fool that tries to get in our way.
사실은 포도 훔쳐가.
I almost wish they would. It's been some time since we've seen a real challenge. But you should go, mingle, chat, laugh, have fun, my love. And if our friends drop any interesting secrets, bring them right back to me. Until then, I'll be here. But don't fret. I will be watching. I am always watching.
Boo! We are not dreaming. It is our own.
부 살찐 거 같은데.
Boo suggests that a hello is more traditional. You will forgive the aroma, I hope. We were not expecting the Dusty One to open a portal to our very cell. Boo had a moment to lick himself.
부도 같이 가진 거야? 민스크 감옥 가면 부도 같이 가는 거야?
Minsk and Boo have been helping, of course. We guard the streets, while Jahira is occupied with harperish matters. The Zentarum rule the city's underbelly, so Minsk and Boo went to give them a tickle. There were harsh words, battle cries, some manner of head wound. We awoke in a Zentish cell, awaiting trial by noble combat. Execution, says Boo, though I am not sure of the difference. It is a long walk to the gallows, and Minsk still has his fists.
내 민스크는 근력 8인데.
In ample time indeed. So long as the Bone Mage returns us to our cell by dawn, who would not be late to the bloodshed. But leave such matters for the morn. Tonight is for celebration and the telling of tales.
절대 안 떨어져.
How have you filled your days since we tore this sticky tyrant from the sky?
저도 그 생각했는데.
Aha, the lovebirds still nest together then? Minsk is glad. For what is life without a companion? Though I am thinking yours does not sit on your shoulders, eh?
다른데 안
You
앉겠죠.
are right, Boo. That is none of Minsk's business. There is much merriment to be made before the night is done. Go and greet the others. Minsk shall make himself presentable. Ah, this pond shall do nicely, Boo. Though I see no soap. So you shall have to blow the bubbles for me.
New days, old friends. There's no greater joy.
이거 뭐야? 와 아크아즈보다 저게 더 적네요. 아크아즈보다 편지가 더 적. 왜 쟤한테 쓴 편지가 나한테 와. 이거 희망이구나. 내일이나 최대 반전. 애기가 아들이었어. 저거 이벤트 나올 때 설석같이 둘 다 전부 딸이라고 생각했는데 아들이라는 게 반전이었죠. 오르페우스도 보내는 거.
They can't all be winners.
사랑받는 레인저가 바이오르즈를 살해했다고? 도일인데? 칼라크는 없습니다. 칼라크는 여기 이탈했기 때문에 중간.
This one, thou art the savior of Baldur's Gate. Until such time, if thou could only see the paths of fate untaken,
상의가 바꾼 칼라크.
thy mind would surely break. Be glad of thy chosen path. It is, after all, thine. Enjoy the revelry of the day. Thou deservest at least what indeed. The bal— hear me, for now. Thou played thy part in weaving the fabric of fate itself. But for every thread you sew,
이건 전투가
so
없어.
did the gods unravel another.
이거 옛날 버전 세이브 불러오는 거라서 좀 오래 걸려.
Because it knows.
The brain is on the cusp of its final thought, and it's taking all of the Emperor's strength to keep it there. And all my mouth. Silence. For the first time. Everything you did, everything you sacrificed, it was worth.
Should have learned to bloody swim. Can't believe I almost drowned at the last hurdle.
My powers.
We did it.
Against all odds, we killed. Not to cast any slight on you, of course.
It makes little difference. I did what I had to secure, And in spite of your resistance to evolution, I am no more responsible for your acts.
Skvar, you may have succeeded, but I have failed. Gith's son is dead, and Vlaakith has abandoned me. I will be hunted by her Inquisition to the ends of the world. I must leave. I have nothing more to gain by being here. You helped my people end the Grand Design. For this, I will remember you. But I will not forget what you have cost us. I will remember the fights we fought together. But my next fights will be without you.
Now there's a sight to see. Not that I'll miss them.
With the Githyanki gone, but it seems that...
The crown. If I sat with the crown, I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. Why should think of all I could achieve? It seems that we've come... It's...
And all to impress a former lover. Gale should do as Minster and stop at the face tattoo. Mistra no longer wishes to share his bed. Who doubts she will wish to share the mastery of all magic with him
그래서
instead?
바보 캐릭이 혀를
Let the
찌르는 걸
wizard
많죠.
wet his robes in the river, if that is his wish.
So, excellent. Let's see if the
손
elves
잡아요.
are still standing. Their Golden Sands brew goes down real easy.
이 새끼 저런 거 보면 바보인 척하는 거 아닌가 싶어. 가끔.
I fear my presence will be no more
바보
welcome in the streets of the
컨셉은
city
아닌 것 같은데 하여간에 좀.
than it ever was.
I never thought I'd be so...
I would.
Now that you no longer, though perhaps no harder than it ever...
I honestly don't mind what we do once we get to the... Ow!
저 차라리는 바보 캐릭.
Oh no. Oh God. Well, it was nice when it lasted.
올챙이 사라진 건 확실하네요.
I'm sorry. I have to go.
It seems that's the end of Astarion's love affair with the sun. That'll be hard on him.
It's only you who were destined to become a thrall. Thanks to you, you have earned your place amongst the legends of the Sword Coast. You...
Hello, darling. I was just thinking about freedom. How I'm free of the parasite. Free of Cazador. How I'll never be in someone's power again. And all it cost was my life.
내 1부 에필로그를 못 봤어.
Now I belong to the
패치 5에서 추가된 거여갖고 전 패치 3에서 깨갖고 못 봤었어요.
What happens?
이거는 봤는데 야영지는 못 봤었어.
True, the spawn will need someone to lead them.
이거는 패치 3에도 있었는데 야영지는 패치 5에서 추가된 거.
Although I couldn't help but notice you said we should find them. Is that what you want? Is this what you want? I would understand if you wanted to go your own way. Good. Because, selfless as I am, I really did not want to let you go. We are rather excellent together, you know. And united, there is nothing we can't do. I can't say what the future holds for us, but I know we'll be facing it together. And we're going to have a lot of fun.
You have made a fortress in the Underdark with Astarion and other outcast vampire spawn. It is not civilized. It is not safe. but it is home. Few know how to find you, and
옷은
those
잘
that
입고 다니네요,
do are
그리고.
unwelcome. So when a message arrives addressed to you both, you fear the worst. Hunters, killers, tormentors. But you need not fear. This letter is an invitation, and it comes from a friend.
너 아스타리 옷 다른 거
Written
입고
in a
있네.
frail hand, it requests
똑같은
your
옷 입고
presence
있어.
at a gathering of your former allies. The journey to the surface is long and perilous, but you would not miss this for the world.
주인공은 무조건 저 옷 입고 나오나 봐.
Thou
얘 가족 풀려갖고 자꾸 이렇게 돼. 가족 건 상태에서 게임이 끝나가지고 이러네. 작아지네 그럼. 저거 거인화까지 걸고 있었는데 크게도 줄어든.
Starting to wonder if you'd show up. In all likelihood, it.
안아준다고 말 안 해도 그냥 바로 안아버려.
You feel a little more substantial. I'm glad you seem well. Truly, wandering mostly. The adventuring life is almost a tonic. I like to think so. Choosing my own path is still something of a novelty for me, but at least I'm free to make my own mistakes. One of my first stops was... It's hard to imagine, isn't it? Me, of all people, and... Not quite. But luckily Seluna allows you to forge your own path. Perhaps I'll be drawn to her, perhaps not. Either way, I get to decide. That's not something I was ever able to claim before. I don't know. Which is just the way I like it just now. Perhaps I'll just stick a pin in a map and see what I find, or head to the docks in the morning and scrounge a berth to find somewhere new. I'd like to see the islands maybe, or head south to Arm. I heard there's an enclave of werecats that hunt the followers of dark gods by moonlight. I'd love to see if there's any truth to that. But enough about me. What have you been up to?
야, 뭐하고 지내냐고 하는데
Don't be a stranger.
왜 말을 끊어?
I've missed wine. Had to resort to making
이런
my
것도
own
있네.
cider recently, which isn't bad, don't get me wrong. But a girl can't have fun with apples alone. You might be onto something there, though the name might need work.
뭐라고? 알미남이 안 좋은 이름이라고요?
Sounds rude, even though I know otherwise. Come here.
알미남이 안 좋은 이름이야?
Careful. I might not like. Don't be a.
Our skeletal friend will be very pleased to see I found... Oh, I wouldn't bother you with such things during a party. You might help me with the title, though. I'm considering... me, it... Perhaps... but you mustn't let me...
There you are. I would... Gods, I must look at... Oh, it's the troll. I don't suppose you did... Now, that ranger's left a mountain of
팔라딘이 아니라
corpses in his
레인저거든.
wake and collected it. You want to hear about this? I rake. Go on. Always.
아스타리 뭐 하는 거? 브레이즐 있네?
Old friend. For 2 months to see your
Limbo, she'd said. A plane of chaos where you might drink fire like water, where you might breathe ice instead of air, and the home of the mystical Githzerai. Once the Githzerai were one of the Githyanki.
A bit. It's taken a worth it, I'd say. Shractalor.
Shractalor. You recall the name. The capital city
이제
of the
제라이한테 갔어.
Githzerai. And the
Alkish sent word of the rebellion to Minyar. It's fallen to me to secure an alliance.
Sometimes. But I don't need the Githzerai to fight for us. Minyara Gith is an ascetic. He is also a near deity. Should they refuse, I am the comet. I will... my people... But soon, I'll be back one day.
You made it! Now the revelry can truly begin.
Well, now. You can make... Same twisting alleys for purse pickers. Same with Baldurians simply... No, though she spends more time locking up comrades for pocketing, I suppose I am. I tried to steer them clear of my life's work, but they have chosen it for themselves. For all your travels, I hope you have arrived where you want to be. Oh, I must inspect the...
Withers has a keen eye for a nice vintage. Why were we scrounging in barrels?
We are not... What is reuniting with old comrades? You will... Who had a moment to lick himself clean? What else but the... Zentarum rule the city's underbelly. We awoke in a Zentish cell. It is a long walk to the gallows, and Minsk and Boo agree to disagree. But leave such matters for the morn. How have you filled your days since we tore this sneaky tyrant from the sky? A powerful pairing. If love cannot cure a vampire, what can? Oh, Boo suggests a variety of arcane remedies, but love is the most potent, and by far the easiest to pronounce. There is much merriment to be made, but... this pop...
You know, I never really imagined Withers as much of a party thrower. But then again, I suppose our camps weren't taking care of themselves while we were out gallivanting, were they? Yes, indeed. Healing can only do so much. We'd likely be dead somewhere out in the wilderness if not for him. Oh no, that's all part of the fun.
열심히 쓰는 거 봐.
I can't resist a bit of mystery. Well, never gets old. Don't be a...
이렇게 스킨십 좋아하나 봐요, 진짜. 친구랑 하는 것도 좋아하나 봐.
How have our friends fared without us? I suppose going through the kind of journey we did will leave its mark. And not everyone can be as lucky as we've been. I would not want it any other way. I do. I'll be here when...
영원한 시간이 나한테도 있어?
Maybe I need more pockets.
Aha! Goodness. Still, at least the company was worth. I'm afraid time works quite differently in Elysium. I didn't realize how long I've been gone until I received Wither's summons.
진짜 왕관 포기하게 하는 거 어떻게
I
하는
imagine
거야?
you're wondering how all this came to be. The finer points of divine ascension are beyond mortal comprehension, I'm afraid, but I can provide a rudimentary sequence of events. First,
라파엘 엔딩 봐야 되나?
reforged it using a series, as you know.
라파엘한테 왕관 넘기는 걸로 해야 되나? 게일지지.
Magic left
게이트지.
incomplete by Karsus. I finished it. Using the crown of Karsus, as expected, Mistra was unwilling to hand over the reins of the weave, so I've claimed dominion over I can say this much for now. Mistra is welcome to her dominion. My aims are set a little higher than offering cursory blessings to just any half-decent spellcaster. I exist not to bestow favors on my followers, but to inspire them to seize their destinies for themselves, exactly as I did. I'm their proof. proof their hopes are not barren wastes, but the loamy soil in which their future achievements will flourish. Proof that with ambition, anything is possible.
뭐 원래 그렇더라고요. 저도 진짜 제가 진짜 고향감 많이 받더라고요. 그냥 사소한 거에도 감동을 쉽게 받는 그런 거라서 얘가 제일 그거 많이 얻었을걸요?
I am the god of ambition, not of the consequences of ambition.
네, 저도 초반에 주인공 별로 안 떴는데 얘 혼자만 막 계속 뜨고.
At best, those concerned with the consequences of their actions
얘랑
might consult the
아스타리오는 잘
Savras,
뜨더라고.
god of divination. Though these days I doubt it's even
저랑
coming.
시아는 거의 한 3부 넘어가야 좀 많이 좀 뜨고. 저는 2부까지는 잘 안 떴는데 얘는 얘랑 아스타리오는 1부에서부터 아주 고향감 지들끼리 막 한 대여섯 개도 안 됐을 때 막 얘네들 혼자 20개 얘랑 아스타리오는 막 20개씩 막 넘어가고 막 그랬던 것 같은데.
And this is only the beginning. Don't worry. The ambition you hold will never be too far from my sights.
제 플레이에서만 그랬던 게 아니고요.
Pursue your dreams and keep me in your prayers.
진짜 감동 쉽게 받아 진짜.
They might just get answered. Still, it's quite some. Fear not. That tingling sensation is merely your body's way of alerting you to my presence. Perfectly harmless, in small doses.
아 가만히 있어 좀.
Well, they're the god of ambition. Have you ever heard anything? Not in the least. You were looking out for him.
아 나는 가지 말라고 했어.
Better of you. As do I know there's nothing. Perhaps you'd be willing to come see that you do. We'd love to have
어찌되는 사람이
you.
없어졌어.
Think, enjoy your party, dear.
와 근데 턴제 게임에서 엄마 있는 사람은 진짜 드문데 게일 엄마가 있었어. 게일 엄마 아니 자이라 술도 못 치네. 엄마가 있다는 게 제일 큰 반전이.
He looks coyly at the ground. He is, however, exhausted.
잭잭. 잭잭. 턴제 게임 진짜 이상하게 엄마 없는 애들이 대부분인데 수상할 정도로 엄마가 없는데 애들이. 이번 작에서는 아예 그 엄마가 돌아가신 게 아니라 태생적으로 없는 애도 있었네요. 진짜 신기할 정도로 다 엄마 없는 애들이 되게 많은데.
Open up. Withers can pluck wine from all over the world, but is there one bottle of fresh blood?
어쩐지 아크워즈보다 편지를 더 적게 받은 알미난 파티. 아 얘네도 보내던구나. 구루구루 찡들도 보내주네요. 이거 저거 수신인 가리면은 다크워즈한테 보내는 걸로도 볼 수 있겠네.
All my favorite people in one place. Not to mention all my favorite wines.
화영구의 눈썹이 날아가. 아 그 통계에서 그 화영구의 눈썹이 날아갔다는 그 들이 뭔가 했더니 저게서 나오는 거였구나.
This seems pretty red, but no, not even close.
끽끽 짹짹. 아, 소설에서도 나오는구나. 아, 소설에서는 별로 귀엽다는 언급은 없나 보네.
Lest I lose control and slip into bear form.
I'm flat.
Made it.
And how have our friends fared with... a pity. To have gone through all that and still not found happiness. I suppose going through the kind of journey we did will leave its mark. And not everyone can be as lucky as we've been. I do feel... Go on. I'll be here when you're...
I must be careful to not overindulge tonight, lest I lose control and slip into bear form.
Ah, it's good to meet again.
And how have our friends... But they deserve happy... tempting. But you make a better ambassador for us than I do. I'll keep skulking here. I do it well, after all. I do. I'll be...
켜뒀던 저거를 여기서 보는. (1회차) 에필로그를 이제서야 보네. 아, 저런 거 좀 처음부터 넣어주지.
I would be more than the greatest wizard who ever lived. I would be a god.
분기가 너무 많아요.
The High Hall was once a beacon of promise, of wisdom. I'd need a ream of parchment long, but I'm ready. If that's the word you need to hear. If you call on me, I will not let you down. Who knows what shape these final moments. I don't dare to, but if we overcome.
아, 이거 앞에서 설득하고 와야 되나?
You must trust me. Hand me the stones. It is true, but I elude. Do not judge me for being true to myself. I have now come.
I'm going to be sick.
There goes my appetite for a while.
It's time to leave.
No sense dwelling on it. We've a city to...
진짜 이번 회차에서 진짜 게일 결말 예상도 못했던 거 진짜 많이 보네.
Seems the brain separating the crown from that monstrosity will be...
You will give the stones to me. I will assimilate Orpheus, and then I will consume his thoughts, his knowledge, his brain. You remember, when you just, now.
Do not forget.
This is you must trust me. Hand me the stones. Now. Come.
I'm going to be sick.
There goes my appetite for a while.
It's time to leave.
We've a city to...
Chaos. Need to find...
The High Hall was once a beacon of promise, of wisdom. I'd need a ream of parchment longer, but I'm ready. If that's the word you need to hear.
얘 자폭시키는 거 어디서 골라야 되죠, 선택지? 바르츠젠 루트에서는 얘 자폭시키는 거 못 갔는데 그 선택지를 어떻게 해야 띄울 수 있는지 모르겠네. 그래갖고 박보전 날먹했는데 와, 걔 선택지 고르기 진짜 힘들다. 원하는 엔딩 부분은 선택지 고르기가 힘들어요. 저거 왕관 포기하게 하는 것도 뭘 골라야 되는지 모르겠고, 저 자폭도 어떻게 해야 시킬 수 있는지 모르겠고.
We've a city.
Last night was an exception. I hope you understand that. All this has been to bring me to this point. And now I'm finally here. Thanks in no small part to you. Lady Shah's work is never ending. I've cleansed the ranks of her followers, leaving only the faithful, the worthy. Now is the time to spread her word. So many have suffered greatly in recent times, gripped by pain and loss. They will rush to... It was special, but also fleeting, as it was always going to be. Do you know why I love night orchids? In part, because they do not last. They bloom where few ever see them. And in that moment, they're perfect. Then, they return to the darkness that birthed them. I am glad for the time we had together. There is much I still cannot truly remember. But I will never forget you.
설득 이런 것도 안 뜨네.
Six months, your life, but the memories challenge with it, so you are calm. You
New days, old friends. There's no greater joy.
와. 피통이 130이. 제 피통 2배네.
Lest I lose control and slip into bear form.
저 나도 있었는데. 저게 없네. 저 1회차 했을 때 시점 저렇게 돼갖고 저거 어떻게 돌리는지 올라갖고 안 맞춰주네?
There you are. I was hoping you'd make your way over.
얘는 올라오네?
But I will accept it.
다 올라와?
Do my eyes deceive me?
자체 음소거네요, 봐도.
The gang really is all here.
별로 여기서 같이 해주네.
Very fine indeed.
자체 음소거. 크크레치도 보고 있어. 와, 여기서도 돈 주는구나. 휘파람 불어갖고 2원 버렸네. 이것도 볼로가 줬나 보네요. 볼로 똑같은 돈 몇 개 갖고 있는 거. 나는 이게 없네. 나도 저거 연주하고 싶어.
I will never get tired of seeing that face.
자기 얼굴이 보여? 아, 뱀파이어 저거 승천하면 얼굴 볼 수 있는 건가?
All my favorite people in one place. Not to mention all my favorite wives.
이렇게 활불 말고. 뭐야? 종류별로 다 있네 여기.
Magical apparition with an well, I am, however, available for the duration of this spell to assist with the tying of any loose ends. Your words may feign indifference, but I can only assume they are a facade behind which your true heartbreak is keenly felt. The good news is I have been entrusted with the delivery of a letter to be given to one who cared most for me. I hope these words do something. With that, I'm afraid my spell is waning. Is there anything else you needed? To think I believed godhood was...
It's a far... Oh, right. You. Something caught... Anyway, you helped Mr. I can almost feel Gale here. I suppose we do. But I certainly wish we didn't. Oh, what I wouldn't give to snuggle up on his lap one more time. Oh, I couldn't possibly. Unless, perhaps, you'd be willing to come meet Gale's mother sometime? She misses him so. And I know it would do her heart jolly good. I'll tell Mrs. Dekarios to be expecting you. Enjoy your party, dear.
어지르고 화염구 날린 거야? 저 치아 제 잘못이긴 한데 어차피 연애가 깨지는구나. 저 말하는 걸로 봐서 좀 느낌 안 좋긴 했는데 진짜 깨져버리네. 격려 상태에 빠지지 말아야지.
Better be cautious.
The past made present. I'm glad for it.
Hello
For
again.
this.
Beautiful.
세이브를 어디까지 돌아가야 되지?
But I wish he were here.
미스트라 센 거 가지고 저거보다 더 앞으로 가야 되네. 올인부터 다시 잡아야 될 것 같은데. 아, 여긴. 예수님을 쌩까면 저렇게 되는 거예요.
Divine protectors of Baldur's Gate. I have nothing to say.
그러면은 여기서부터 하고 사례복 잡고 세아 부모님 구하고 고타씨 죽이고 아 고타씨 또 죽이기 귀찮은데 내일 해야겠네요. 시청해주셔서 감사합니다. 좋은 주말